morning, Mum.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sorry, good morning. I was here. I didn't speak.
That's okay. I was just waiting to see pictures of you both. So it's 9:30 and we will resume the inquiry. Today we're going to hear the rest of the appellant's landscape evidence, and I want to remind any objectors that they do have the opportunity to ask questions of the appellant's witness when I let them know. So if you want to do that, could you please get in touch with the council and ask them for a link to the inquiry. There are a couple of matters that I need to discuss before we move on though. And one of them is that an email came in late last night from the council with additional housing land supply evidence. I wasn't expecting this and I hadn't been asked about it first. So, Dr. Bowes, are you aware of this?
Madam, I am now, and I've taken instructions as to why they are admitted, and I'd like to make an application on the part of the council to admit those documents into evidence, and perhaps I can explain why they, in the council's opinion, are relevant and will assist the inquiry. If that's convenient for me to do that now, and then you can also
yes, please. I need to consider whether to accept them or not, because I am concerned that this housing land supply issue has snowballed quite considerably. I do appreciate that a decision from Inspector Sabu came out in November, and I understand that the appellant wanted to put that to me, and of course the council had a right to respond to that. But since then, more and more evidence has been coming in, and of course when we had the case management conference, housing land supply wasn't an issue. I think I need now to put it as a main issue anyway, regardless of what has come in this morning. That really won't make any difference to how I consider the case, because I'd consider it anyway. It's just that I'll put it in the top of, I'll list it under the main issues.
Yes.
But we are tight for time, and of course, because we've made it a virtual inquiry at the last minute, because of the government announcement, it's going to take me more time to go to the site, and I've got to also consider the additional housing land supply evidence that's been coming in recently. So that's going to have an impact on my reporting time as well. And then there's a knock-on effect to the next inquiry that I've got potentially. So that's one of the reasons that we like to keep to deadlines. But anyway, I will listen to what you've got to say, and then I'll hear what the appellant, I don't know whether the appellant has seen this evidence. I haven't seen it, but I am aware that there were quite a number of documents attached to an email. So, Dr. Bowes, if you want to just put your case to me, and then I will go to Mr. Robson. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam. So as I say, the council seek permission to rely on these documents, and if I can take them in turn, the first document in my copy of the email is the start to finish document by Litchfields. The reason why the council wishes to rely on that document and to draw it to the inquirer's attention is because that sets out research on lead-in times, which is relevant to what appears now to be the principal, or one of the principal issues in dispute with some of the sites. That's why council says it wants to rely on that document. The Excel spreadsheet is the 2020 housing delivery test results for Braintree, which is obviously a matter of public record and self-explanatory what it says. The document that's titled L&Q Estates is an explanation of who L&Q Estates are, and the reason why that has come in is because that responds to a point Mr. Carville makes in his note about whether L&Q Estates are a house builder or not and have the relevant experience, and that's why the council wants to draw to your attention what it says about itself. Then you've got 3 appeal decisions. The South Oxfordshire appeal decision, just get the title to that document. That's the land at Ladygrove, Didcot by Inspector Major on the 15th of September of this year. The reason the council wishes to rely on that is paragraph 8 only. Paragraph 8 sets out the approach post the change in the framework to whether something is deliverable or not. The next decision is the West of Lytton Way, Stevenage, and those are paragraphs 80 and 81 only, and they set out that it's not reasonable to expect certainty. The relevant test for delivery is reasonable prospect. And finally, the South of Williamsfield Road, Hutton, Cranswick decision. That is paragraph 27 and 28 only. That is specifically where the inspector says that emails and pro formas from developers are an appropriate way of demonstrating clear evidence. And Madam, you'll note that Mr. Carville in his note suggests that's not right or not an appropriate way of demonstrating clear evidence, and the council responds to that through that email appeal decision. I believe that completes all the documents that the council wishes to adduce into evidence and the reasons why they want to adduce them and the paragraphs within the appeal decisions they want to rely on. And for those reasons, we seek permission to admit them into evidence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bowes. Mr. Robson, can I have your response on that, please? I particularly want to know whether you've seen it and whether it will take much time to consider it.
Ma'am, thank you. We received an email yesterday at just before 5 o'clock, which is the same time I think you or your case officer received them, ma'am, with these documents. A request was sent back to the appellant, probably not long after, maybe about 6 o'clock yesterday, to the council, sorry, asking, I'm just trying to find the email chain, asking for the reason why these documents were being submitted. And we were told yesterday evening, about 7 o'clock, that we'd be told why the documents were being submitted as soon as possible. I know what the definition of pastoral is. I don't know what the definition of as soon as possible is, but I think waiting until the opening of the inquiry the next day is more than a little frustrating. It is 6 documents. The reality of it is, I think, having read them and having heard Dr. Bowes this morning, is that it doesn't take the council any further in reality, but it doesn't get away from the fact that they have to be read, they have to be gone through, we have to respond to them. There has been adequate time to submit them to you and to us, ma'am. The Inspector Sabu decision was 3 working days before exchange. I understand that that will have been a rush, so therefore it wasn't necessarily covered in the proofs of evidence. We then get the response from the council at rebuttal stage without any notification that something was going to be put in at rebuttal stage. Obviously, we need to respond to that as there's detailed evidence, which we've done. I was hoping that would be the end of it and we could have a round table. More documents come last night. An explanation as to why they're important comes this morning. Ma'am, we aren't going to resist them going in because it doesn't make any great difference, we don't think. We understand the reasons and we'll deal with it. But it's the frustration. I have to express the frustration of it coming in at this stage and having to respond to them and the time it takes. We've got roundtables today. Hopefully they are productive and assist you, ma'am. I'd like an assurance from Dr. Bowes, who told us yesterday morning there would be no further documents, that we're not expecting any more documents to come in before those roundtables, because if we are, we will need to take some time to go through them before we can have the round tables, and obviously that leads to further delay.
Yeah.
In summary, they can go in, but it doesn't take them any further, and it has to be the end.
Thank you, Mr. Robson. And I have to agree with Mr. Robson that this really should be the end of it, because I've got to. It's not just the appellant that has to read them; it's me as well. So I will need to have an adjournment before the round table to I haven't read them, I haven't seen them, because I don't look at things unless I'm going to accept them. And you will understand that the reasons for that. But I will have to take some time to go through them. Hopefully it won't be very much, but if the appellant is happy for me, well, not happy, but if the appellant isn't objecting to me accepting them, I will accept them. But in future, I don't want to have emails sent that are kind of unsolicited in the middle of an inquiry with additional evidence, please.
Madam, I understand that, and I have seen the email, and I have to say I would have caveated it if I'd drafted it to say it was an application to admit the documents, rather than what I can see you might have taken the impression that it was an assertion that they would go in, and that's obviously not right. And I hope in my oral presentation to you it was clear that from the council's position that it was an application, and it it seems as if you may have acceded to that application, having heard what the appellant has had to say, but it didn't assume that they would go in, and I'm sorry if that was the impression given. I'm certainly not instructed that there are any further documents that the council wishes to rely on in respect of housing land supply, or indeed otherwise, and hopefully by indicating the paragraphs that are relevant, that will enable the appellant to focus on those particular passages quickly and respond to them in the relevant adjournment. I'm grateful, Madam.
Thank you. So the next thing I was going to ask is, have the parties thought about the order of the roundtable discussions today?
Yes, ma'am. There has been some discussion on that, and at the council's request, the agreement's been reached that we will do highways first. Mr. Cronshaw, I think, is in the building here, and then housing land supply afterwards. Depending on where we are in the day, I think additional time will be needed to go through the documents. I appreciate Dr. Bowes has given us the paragraph numbers. Context is important though. The whole documents will need to be read and gone through. I'm not just going to read the paragraphs that I've been given. So hopefully it'll fall at a convenient time over one of the breaks to go through them, perhaps an extended break, to go through those additional documents before the land supply table lasts.
Yes, I agree, because I'll need some time to go through them as well. So we will have a bit of time to do that. And we'll just have to see how we get on with the programme as well today. Okay. So is there anything else that either of you wish to bring to my attention before we move on to the landscape matter?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. So thank you, Dr. Bowes. Would you like to revert back to cross-examination, please?
Thank you. I shall revert back now. If Mr. Holliday is there. There he is. Good morning, Mr. Holliday. Nice to see you again. We got to landscape susceptibility. So I'd like to deal with that topic and to see if you can help me on some of those judgments. And as I understand it, the difference between you and Mr. Brown is you say it's a medium susceptibility, and Mr. Brown says it's moderate to high. So it's a fine judgment between you, but one where there is a difference. The first document I'd like to look at is core document 8.2, where we were yesterday, which is the 2006 Braintree and neighbouring districts landscape character assessment. And within that document, it's printed page 52.
Yes, I've got that.
Thank you. And we can note, can't we, that there's a subheading on page 52, sensitivities to change. Do you see that, Mr. Holiday?
Yes, I do.
And as a consequence of a number of those sensitivities there highlighted, including the sense of historic integrity resulting from enclosed meadow within the valley bottom and a dispersed historic settlement pattern, comprised isolated manors, church halls, complexes, farms, etc. We are told that overall this character area has a moderate to high sensitivity to change, don't we? We see that there.
Yes, we do.
That's their judgment. We move on chronologically to 8.10, which is the 2007 fringe analysis.
Yes.
Thank you. And within that document, it's printed page 37, which is where the landscape character sensitivity for B7 is recorded.
This is 811.
Sorry, 8.10. 8.10. So it's the 2007 fringe analysis to 8.10, page 37, printed page 37.
Yes, I've got that, sorry.
Lovely, thank you very much. And we can note that in the table, summary of B7 landscape sensitivities and value, on that page, it tells us that B7 has a medium to high landscape character sensitivity, don't we?
Yes, it does.
And they've separated their sensitivity judgment from their value judgment, because we can see that at the end of the final column, landscape value, can't we? We can note that they're separate judgments.
Yes, they are.
And the medium to high landscape character sensitivity is as a consequence of other things, amongst other things, the strong rural character. We can see that, can't we, at the first column.
Yes, it says that.
Yep. And if we go back a page to 36, where the evaluation of landscape character sensitivity is explained in a little bit more detail, paragraph 3.7.8 tells us that one of the contributors to landscape sensitivity is the fact the area forms part of the rural setting to Black Notley. We can see that, can't we?
It says that, yes.
Lovely. Thank you. Now let's go into where I think you wanted to go a moment ago, 811, which is the later 2015 fringe analysis.
Yes.
And within that, could you, depending on how you've got it, if you've got it electronically, it's electronic page 63, where there should be Appendix B, which is the criteria for scoring the land parcels.
Yes, I've got that.
And this is a slightly different concept to susceptibility. This is capacity, as I understand it. But I think you said, Mr. Holiday, in a typically clear and straightforward way, that really that's sort of the same thing, but looking at the same thing perhaps through a slightly different lens as susceptibility.
Yes, broadly, they're not exactly the same things. But yeah.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Now, there were a few questions I wanted to ask you about subparcel 7B, which is where we find the appeal site, against this methodology that the Landscape Partnership have adopted. So hopefully you've got Appendix B open. And the first one I wanted to ask you about was landscape character quality / condition. Do you see a row marked that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And the Landscape Partnership say that the appeal site or parcel 7B falls within, it should be classed as category B, which is an area of weak character in moderate condition or of a moderate character in a poor condition. Now, Mr. Holliday, I've read your evidence and I was helped by you yesterday. As I understand it, you're not saying that the condition of this particular landscape that we're looking at is weak or in poor condition. You were saying, I think yesterday, that it was in fair condition.
Yes, we might not have been talking about exactly the same areas. I think I was talking about the site and its sort of immediate context, where this is B areas. Be careful, 7B or B7 is a wider area.
Yeah, quite right. Well, focusing on the appeal site and its immediate context, obviously for this process, that's the inspector's primary focus. You and I can agree, because it's your evidence, that we're not in an area of poor condition. We're in an area, at the very least, of fair condition of the landscape feature.
Fair condition.
Thank you. And your judgment on landscape value is medium. So we're not talking about an area of weak character, are we? We're talking about an area, at the very least, of moderate character.
No, I wouldn't say it was weak character. Yes, it's more moderate.
Thank you. So you and I could agree then that insofar as the appeal site and its immediate context goes, that a scoring of B on these criteria wouldn't really be appropriate, because it can't be said that it's an area of weak character, and it can't be said it's an area in poor condition. It doesn't fit into either of those descriptors, does it?
No, I won't see weak character in good condition or moderate character in moderate condition. It's probably BC on those criteria. But I think, as I said yesterday, the important part of this exercise is to do it as a comparative. I think these judgments are, are fine ones that will be made in slightly different ways by different people.
Yeah. And Mr. Brown has looked at this, and he says that it's in a D category, an area of moderate character in good condition or strong character in moderate condition. And I think you're saying, well, it might well be in a C category, but we can agree it's not really appropriate to describe the appeal site in its context as a B category, can't we?
Well, the appeal site and its context, parts of the appeal site, I would say, are definitely B, but the wider area probably B/C.
Okay. All right. Let's move on then to openness to private view. Do you see that? The last one on the page.
Yes, I do.
And the Landscape Partnership have given the land parcel a B scoring again. They say, a D scoring is moderately open to private views. But insofar as the appeal site and its immediate context goes, it's very open to private views, certainly from the west, isn't it? From Brain Valley Avenue properties. You've got clear views right across the appeal site, haven't you?
The appeal site itself is open to private view. Yes, its wider context isn't all open to private view.
Okay, so insofar as the appeal site is concerned, it would be more appropriate to say it's very open to private views, wouldn't it? Wide open on the western side, isn't it?
Part of it is. The northern part is very open to private views. The southern part less so. You do have the fences and the boundary vegetation, but there'll be views from upstairs windows.
Okay. Moving down then to mitigation.
I think we've got to be, just to qualify, I think we've got to be careful doing this exercise that we don't, being very clear to point out it's not just all about the site. We can't use the assessment that covers the context when it suits us and use the site when it suits us and come to different conclusions. If this is an analysis of the site and its more immediate or slightly wider context, then we have to be consistent in how we look at these judgments across all of it.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Scrolling down then to mitigation, so scope to mitigate the development on the next page.
Yes.
See that. And what the Landscape Partnership says for 7B, there is good scope to provide mitigation in the medium term and in keeping with existing landscape pattern. And I wanted just to ask you about some specific examples. If there were to be a loss of cross-valley views, no amount of structure planting can mitigate that. They're lost, aren't they?
Well, there will be a loss if the appeal scheme came forward. There will be a loss of cross-valley views from those properties that border the site at the moment. There might actually be some new cross-valley views from area of public space that nobody has access to at the moment. So I think there is scope to mitigate it. That might not be mitigation for individual properties, but in the round, will cross-valley views be possible? Yes, they will, but they'll be from a different location that currently isn't accessible to the public.
Okay. In terms of the loss of the land use, though, a pastoral land use, there's nothing you can do to mitigate that, is there? That's a permanent loss.
No, there will be a loss of the paddocks.
And in terms of the introduction of development into the lower valley slopes, or bringing the settlement of Black Notley further down the valley, there's nothing you can do to mitigate that particular result, is there? However much screen planting you put, it still happened.
It would inevitably extend the settlement, yes, but I think there is good scope for mitigation with this scheme. There's a good amount of green space, and there's good opportunities to create, positive new areas of accessible landscape.
But in terms of the loss of that particular characteristic of a lower valley slope being undeveloped, as we have at the moment, and it being transformed into a housing estate, there's nothing you can do to mitigate that, however many trees and plants you put there, is there? It's a loss of that characteristic that is permanent.
Well, it depends if you think there's that's a characteristic in the first place. That part of the site is inevitably not developed and will become developed if the appeal scheme came forward. But the settlement on the slopes is a characteristic, in my view, of that local landscape. The settlement is already there.
All right. Moving on, finally, then to strength of character and condition, which is the last category, the last row. And we can see that, well, I can tell you that the Landscape Partnership gave this a B ranking, landscape with initiatives promoting landscape enhancement. But we can see, can't we, that the default position is in fact C, isn't it?
Yes, that's what it says.
And a B ranking would suggest that this is an area of weak character or a degraded landscape that requires some kind of initiative to enhance it, wouldn't it, on this scale?
Well, not necessarily weak character, but if there was an initiative of landscape enhancement, that would clearly indicate B. I'm not aware of any initiative one way or the other.
So if we were looking at the appeal site and its context, there's nothing to suggest it should have anything other than a default position of a landscape, in your view, of no positive or negative landscape related designations. That would be fair, wouldn't it? Yes,
that would be fair.
Okay.
But again, I come back to my comment yesterday about this whole exercise is a comparative one. So I think yes, it'd be entirely fair to swap that on this judgment. But what you'd have to be careful of is going through all the other character areas as well, and there may be a lot of adjustments required to those if that is the situation now. So I think we just have to be a bit wary if this changing a few numbers on this particular sheet bumps it into a different category. Mm-hmm. And I don't know the answer to this, but it may well be that if you did it for some of the other areas, they may also move. Mm. That was the point I was making.
All right, but what about this? I mean, we've explored some of those points that Mr. Brown has raised, and you've fairly accepted some of them and not accepted others. But I don't see that analysis in your written evidence, do I, where you've said, well, actually, I've looked at what the Landscape Partnership have done, and actually I'm not quite with them on some of the judgments. I don't see that in your written evidence.
No, because when I produced my written evidence, I didn't have this sheet. It's not publicly accessible. It's not on the website. I think there's a note somewhere which I've since discovered that you can request it from the council, but I didn't have it when I wrote it, so that's why it doesn't feature. I think if I had, there's a lot of quite helpful comments on that sheet that I would certainly have had in my proof, because they actually chime with with my view of things. But the first I knew of it was when I saw Mr. Brown's evidence and requested the sheet to see how he got to his scoring.
Sorry, can I just make sure I understand you? This Appendix B is attached to the main document. Are you saying that's not been publicly available until the methodology wasn't publicly available?
The appendix isn't. The methodology's on there, but the scoring sheets are not publicly accessible.
Oh, I see. You mean the pro forma?
Yes.
That's Core Doc 813.
Yes.
Parcel. Oh, I see your point. Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. I understand that. So I wasn't aware of that. Thank you. But just standing back, we've got what the 2006 character assessment said in Core Doc 8.2, moderate to high sensitivity to change. We've got the 2007 fringe analysis that zoomed in further on B7, said this was a medium to high sensitivity to change. We've got the fringe analysis that said that 7B, the smaller subparcel, was medium, but you have accepted fairly that some of those judgments may have revealed a lower capacity. Not all of the ones Mr. Brown says, but some of them. But if we just step back from this and put ourselves in the shoes of the decision maker for a moment, this is a site that sits within a landscape context with heightened susceptibilities to this form of development. Would you not agree?
No, I think I've looked at all these things and I've come to my view as well. And the larger scale you look at, the original sensitivity assessment, the settlement fringe assessment, the early one looked at a wider parcel. The 2015 one looks at a smaller parcel. Each time we're zooming in a bit more closely on the site. Now the broader scale work, medium high may be a fair judgment for that whole area, but I think when you zoom in a bit more, particularly to the settlement edge where we are, then it's fair to come to a lower judgment on sensitivity. And my medium sensitivity judgment chimes with the most detailed and most up-to-date work done by the Landscape Partnership, which also said medium. So I don't think I'm out of line with the guidance. Even the Landscape Partnership stuff drew on the earlier the earlier capacity work to cut and still came to a slightly different conclusion for the more zoomed in parcel. They've got a higher sensitivity effectively for the other side of the Brain Valley.
Yeah.
So the different judgments for different parts of the area.
Sure. All right. Thank you. Turning then to effects, and I want to go into the 8.2 document to get our bearings on these, to get your view on them. Page 53 in Core Doc 8.2 should be a heading, suggested landscape planning guidelines, that you and Mr. Brown have both addressed.
Sorry, what page are we looking for?
So 8.2, printed page 53.
Yes, I've got that.
Lovely. Suggested landscape planning guidelines. Just get your view on these. First of all, ensure that new built development is in keeping landscape character. Maybe it means in keeping with landscape character, but anyway, in keeping with landscape character. We know, reminding ourselves, if we just turn up 2 pages to key characteristics, that the last 2 on key characteristics, settlements tend to be on the valley sides near the highest points, pass for a regular shape field slope down the valley sides to the river. This scheme, by introducing housing development lower down the valley slopes, would be departing from that characteristic, not reinforcing it, wouldn't it?
Well, no, I think they're not. It's not necessarily talking about these things being in the same place. We're talking about the whole of the river valley. So these are separate points. I think where the appeal site is, the more relevant of the 2 is the settlements are on the valley sides.
But nevertheless, even at the appeal site, we still have to the east of the appeal site and down to the river are pastoral irregularly shaped fields that slope down to the valley sides of the river, don't we?
Yes, we have the paddocks that go between the existing houses and down to the river.
Yes,
and some of them would be replaced with housing.
Yes, and that would be a departure from that settlement, from that key characteristic of a pastoral irregular shaped field sloping down to the valley river. It would be an extension of the settlement down the slope, wouldn't it?
It would be an extension to the settlement. You could also say, well, it's in line with the characteristic that settlements tend to be on the valley sides. So equally, it conforms with that one. So it depends where you look at it.
Near the highest points, making them very visible. This would be towards the lower points because it would be coming down the contours.
As well as on the valley sides, I see that as to near the highest. They're not just on the valley sides. It's on the valley sides, yes, to the top, but that's the bit that makes them visible. But they tend to be on the valley sides, as I think be able to see on site.
Sure. So your evidence is that this is something that's purely in keeping with the landscape character. It's reinforcing the characteristic, not in any way departing from it. Is that really what you think?
I think it is in keeping with the characteristic of where settlement exists in this location, but I accept there would be a loss of a couple of fields that slope down towards the river.
Yeah, and in that respect, it would be departing from that key characteristic, wouldn't it? Not reinforcing it.
Well, that particular element would inevitably be very different.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Going down the bullet points back on page 53, back under landscape planning guidelines. The next one: conserve and enhance the landscape setting of settlements. And we know from the 2007 fringe analysis, where we were a moment ago, go back there if we need to, but it said that parcel B7 contributed to the rural setting of Black Notley. The appeal scheme would not contribute to the rural setting of Black Notley. It would erode it, wouldn't it?
Well, inevitably, the paddocks would disappear and be part of the housing. I think where it does conserve and enhance is that it highlights the existing, and this is in one or two different documents, the sort of existing stark edge. There's a lack of any planting along Brain Valley Avenue. You've got the concrete post and chain link fence, and that is your boundary with the undeveloped land, the countryside. With this scheme, there's an opportunity. Yes, it would move settlement out, but there's an opportunity to provide a more successful long-term edge, additional planting, properties that actually address the countryside edge with the retained hedgerow and the new area of green space next to the river. They're positive elements that I think can longer term actually enhance the setting of the settlement rather than detract from it.
But you're surely not saying that putting 80 houses on an area that's said to be contributing to the rural setting of Black Notley is conserving that rural setting, are you? And surely you're not saying that, are you, Mr. Holliday?
I'm saying inevitably that those two fields would be lost.
Yeah.
So in that respect, they will be lost. But there is an opportunity to provide a better settlement edge than currently exists.
Right, but to that extent that where the built development is, it can't possibly be said to be conserving the landscape setting. It would transform it rural into an urban setting.
Yes, it moves out. The field itself would be gone, will be different. But as a settlement in the wider countryside, yes, I think there would be the possibility to improve that relationship with the wider countryside.
So you think you can conserve a rural setting by building a housing estate on it? Is that your evidence?
Well, I've explained what the different elements to it. Yes, I accept there will be the loss of the green fields themselves that the houses will be built on. But in doing so, there is an opportunity to provide a better, softer rural edge for the settlement long term. And I think it would be a permanent edge to the settlement. It's not one where there's going to be continual creep and change, because the river valley, the floodplain, is going to be I would take a forever limit to development in that direction.
And that improvement, that enhancement, comes down, the net sum of that is the removal of some chain link fencing and some hedgerow and some screen planting, isn't it?
Well, it comes to a more appropriate modern designed settlement edge. It's a recognised negative in the character assessment and the fringe analysis work that there is that abrupt edge. It's not described as a positive.
But the appeal site is described as forming part of a rural setting, isn't it? And as you've explained, to the extent that there will be built development in the house on the appeal site, that would not meet that objective of conserving that landscape setting. Where you're putting houses, it can't be said to conserve the landscape setting, can it?
No, and I've said that will be one part of the change.
Yeah.
There will be downside in the loss of the greenfield land, but on the other side of it, there would be some opportunities for improvement.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Next one down is maintain cross-valley views and characteristic views across and along the valley. I think we can take this fairly quickly because I don't think you're disagreeing, but give you the fair opportunity to deal with it. Mr. Brown's photographs, please, just so we can see where we're talking about.
Are these the ones in his rebuttal?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
So if we go from the west, looking from the west first, so photograph 8, that's Brain Valley Avenue looking east from the west. Presently, you can see a cross-valley view, see the descending
yes,
the river and then the rising land.
I fully accept there will be a loss of the view from there, but as I also said, there will be the opportunity to provide new publicly accessible views in the green space. So they're not going to be from the same place,
right.
But in overall terms, there will be opportunities for people to access land that they currently don't access and to enjoy cross-valley views if that's what they want to do.
But that perspective of seeing that sweep of landscape going down to the valley, seeing the vegetation in its context and then rising up on the other side, that view would be completely lost, wouldn't it? You'd only be able to really appreciate at close quarters the river and then the rising land on the other side from the community park, wouldn't you?
You would appreciate the river. You will be able to see part way up the other side. Yes, but I don't see that as a problem. I think that could be an attractive place to be. It would be complementary to the sort of experience you get in Coker's Peace.
But this
will get some longer views than you get at Coker's Peace.
But this experience of being able to see across the valley down to the river and then up the other side, that would be lost or very heavily truncated.
That particular view would be lost. There'll probably be some views, from the access road down and across the valley, certain locations. But yes, from Brain Valley Avenue, most of the views would be lost. Okay,
thank you. And then if we look from the other way, looking at the appeal site from photograph 1, which is on footpath 31, 7431, looking back towards the settlement. You can currently see a cross-valley view, which shows us down to the river, the vegetation, and then you can see the lower slopes undeveloped. You can appreciate that, and then you can see the settlement on the higher valley slopes, can't you? And that would be lost, wouldn't it? Because you'd have housing from this view that would seem to be all the way down the valley, wouldn't it?
Well, that's not how I see it. You would see some additional housing and some additional roofs in front of the properties that are already there. There would be, a very small part of that green that we can see beyond the vegetation along the river would be replaced by development. But the overall feeling of looking across a valley where the land drops and rises up the other side would still remain. You will be looking still at Great Notley as you do at the moment, and there will be a few more houses in the view. But I think the overall change will be very minor, very limited change. Your overall experience is going to be the same. You've not lost a view across the valley, you've still got that.
But you haven't got a view that's characteristic, as it says, because you haven't got the ability to see the pastoral irregular shaped field sloping down to the valley side, would you? Because you have a roofscape or the upper stories of buildings in the way, wouldn't you?
Well, in my view, anybody standing where that photograph is taken is going to appreciate that they're looking down into a valley, that they're looking towards the village. I really don't think that anybody is going to zoom in their focus on the little bit of green space between the trees along the river valley and the houses and think, oh, that bit's really special. That, it would be a terrible thing if that was lost to new housing development. This whole experience is completely different. I just don't get that. You're still going to look across the valley, the fields in front, the openness. That's what you're going to appreciate, and it'll be very little changed by this scheme.
But it can't be said to maintain that characteristic view, because as you inevitably have to concede, there will be change in that you'd see housing development further down the valley that would obscure the ability to appreciate an undeveloped lower valley slope.
Well, no, I don't get that. I think the undeveloped lower valley slope that you might appreciate is on the same side of the river that we're on, i.e. on the east. And what you're looking at, if I was to ask a member of the public standing there what you see on the other side of the river, they would say Black Notley. They're not going to say, oh, that lovely little paddock that slopes down towards the river. It just doesn't. It just doesn't feature in what's important about that view, in my opinion.
But asking you as an expert, Mr. Holliday, not as a member of the public, what they might reckon, you can see the two key characteristics clearly in that view. You can see the settlement of Black Notley on the valley sides near the higher points, and you can see pastoral irregular shaped fields, i.e. undeveloped land, sloping down to the river below, can't you? That's perceptible and clearly visible. And I can see it from here, Mr. Holliday. Well, I'm sure you.
That's not the two things I would pick out. I would say you can see Black Notley, and you can see the sloping fields, which on the east are arable fields, and they're probably not too irregular, but there's fields that slope down towards the river, and you'll see the river and the trees along the watercourse. They're the three elements that stick out.
Are you saying it's not possible to see in that photograph or appreciate?
You can see the paddocks. I just think they're a very small element of your overall experience.
Sure, but they're a key characteristic that are noted in the landscape character assessment, which are visible in this view and which will be lost, won't they, through the development?
From this view, that little tiny bit of green that you can see, yes, will be replaced by housing.
Thank you. And to that extent, it wouldn't maintain what is a characteristic cross-valley view, would it? Wouldn't maintain it?
Well, I think it would maintain it. You've still got a view across the valley, and the view has got different elements in it, including developments, which is all part of that view and that experience.
Right, but it's no longer characteristic because you've no longer got the undeveloped lower valley slopes from this perspective, have you?
Well, I think it is characteristic in it. The characteristic also talks about the settlement on the slopes, and that's what you're looking at. There will be a bit more of that characteristic and a bit less of the other one.
Well, you say a bit less, but actually because of the effects of the vegetation along the river, which, as you pointed out, is to be unchanged, from this perspective, all you'll see is housing going all the way down to that vegetation, won't you?
From that view, probably yes, and maybe some of the new planting on the site that fills some of the gaps in.
Sure. Thank you very much. I think we agree that it's not a small-scale development.
Yes.
All value on a small scale. In terms of its, thank you. In terms of its historic settlement pattern, I'd just like to look at your Appendix 9, please, which is your figure ground diagram.
Yes.
Thank you. And this diagram does show us, doesn't it, that the effect of the development would be to introduce development materially further east than the existing settlement line, wouldn't it? Plainly.
Yes, it would go further east than the existing settlement line. I think, we talked about small scale, and I said it wasn't small scale, but I think in my proof I talked about it sort of modest in the scale of the settlement as a whole, and I think the figure ground shows that.
But the landscape character assessment authors would have had in mind what Black Notley was in 2005-06 when they were assessing it, and the settlement was obviously there and well established, and nevertheless they chose to say that new development should be small scale, not that it should be moderate in scale or commensurate in scale. They chose to say small scale, and you agree with me that's not met.
No, that's what they said in 2005. I think, you know, the world was a different place in 2005, and these character assessments weren't necessarily looking at the need for, you know, lots of new development around the place. So it's not necessarily written that way.
Well, we have to be a bit careful, don't we, Mr. Holiday, because I'm asking you about what the landscape character assessment says and whether it's complied with, as you're a landscape expert. I'll ask Mr. Carville about what the implications for the planning are, unless you'd like me to put those questions to you.
No, that's fine. All
right.
I just point out that the context for the timing of documents changes.
Sure, but Black Notley was a settlement that was well established in 2005. Yes, there's been new development since, but broadly speaking, it's much the same development then as it is now, isn't it?
Well, that I couldn't answer. I don't know about the site to the west, whether that, I suspect that was probably after 2005.
Okay, thank you. In terms of density of this scheme, I can ask you about that. Mr. Tivy says that the density of this scheme would be 43.6 dwellings per hectare, up to 80 units across a 2 hectare or so development area. And I don't detect you disagree with him in that, certainly not in your written evidence or in your evidence in chief.
I think we measured it at just under 40. Under
40, all right. But if we look at your CD 8.12, whether it's under 40, sorry, if we look at 8.12, which I think is your document, which is the housing density study.
Yes.
Whether it's 43 or just on 40 or just shy of 40, we can certainly see that it would be much denser than any other development in the village. In fact, it would be the densest scheme in the village, wouldn't it?
It would be slightly denser than the development on Mary Rook Way, but
yes,
about 1 or 2 dwellings per hectare.
And you're a diligent man, Mr. Holiday, and if you'd found a development that was of greater density than the appeal scheme, I'm sure you'd have drawn it to the inquirer's attention, wouldn't you?
If I'd found it, well, we've just taken 3 areas that are, yeah, I'd say typical, but close to the site, and the more modern development further away, and shown what the numbers add up to.
Yeah,
yes, I'm not expecting. You might be able to pick a small area and measure it and get a higher number, but we haven't done that exercise. These are three representative areas, I think, that assist.
And looking at the ones immediately fronting the appeal site, so north of Brain Valley Avenue, south of Brain Valley Avenue, 17 dwellings per hectare, 27 dwellings per hectare. The appeal site's going to be materially denser than the development it's meeting, isn't it? Materially denser.
It potentially would be. I mean, I guess this is all down to reserve matters and what the design of a scheme, whether it is 80 or the final stage is a bit less than that, I guess is for a later day.
Sure, but we have to be a bit careful, don't we, Mr. Holiday, because again, straying into the planning balance, obviously this inspector is being invited to place weight on the benefit of up to 80 units, weight on the social economic benefits that flow from that, and what must also follow is we have to take, therefore, that the inspector would be satisfied that up to 80 units could come forward. You understand that?
I understand that, and that's getting beyond my evidence.
Of course, but just so we know the parameters of what we're exploring, and whilst you're right to say it's outlined, we have to take and interrogate what 80 units would look like, because if permission's granted, that's what the cap is invited to be. And so we know, don't we, that if 80 units were to come forward, as is sought, then that would be materially denser, significantly denser than the fronting development on Brain Valley Avenue.
It would be definitely denser than the stuff on Brain Valley Avenue, which, yeah, certainly at the north, the bungalows tend to be larger footprint properties, bigger gardens.
Thank you. And the likely form of those buildings on the appeal site at that density, Mr. Tivy says, would include smaller units and flats. And I've not detected you disagree with his evidence on that.
Well, I don't have any evidence on what will be on there, but I know a lot of modern development does include there is obviously a need for smaller houses and flats, but again, that's just my observation on seeing new development rather than knowing what exactly will be required.
Well, that's his evidence, and you've had a month to consider that and come back and say, "Oh no, at that density."
I would expect smaller units on this site. Yes.
Thank you. And we can see also from your housing density study plan at 812 that the housing development fronting the appeal site certainly isn't characterised by smaller units or flats, is it? It's attached. No, thank you. And in that respect, it wouldn't follow the prevailing character pattern, would it? It would be a departure from the character pattern.
It would be different to that, but I think that's inevitable.
Inevitable.
You get mid or whatever the age is, the early to mid 20th century, I guess, development of bungalows tends to be larger plots. It doesn't follow the guidance of what we would try to build now to make efficient use of land. So inevitably it will be different. But I think that doesn't stop a decent design solution being put together just because, one side of the road is one type of housing and the other is another. It comes down to the detailed design to make an appropriate transition.
But we've got a landscape character assessment guideline, deal with the planning consequences of that with Mr. Carville, but for your evidence, we've got a guideline that tells us that we're supposed to ensure new development responds to the historic settlement pattern. And here we are looking at that historic settlement pattern, and you and I can agree that this development at this scale on this site would be a departure from that, can't we?
Well, no, I think it does respond to the historic development pattern, and that comes back to I think largely in this location, the topography and the fact that development is on the slopes. It's likely to run along the slopes in the way Brain Valley Avenue does, and I think the figure ground shows that that's how it could be developed, and I think that does respond to the historic settlement pattern. Inevitably, the houses themselves will be quite different because they're in a different context, a different time and need.
Okay. Help me with this, though, also looking at your 8.12, a number of those plots facing the appeal site on Brain Valley Avenue, they are in generous plots with generous garden sizes, aren't they?
The existing houses.
The existing houses along.
Yes,
right, thank you. And could you turn up Mr. Tivvy's appendices in his proof, attached to his proof?
Have to get the same line up, Fred.
It's all right, take time.
Yes, I've got that.
Thank you. And he has taken the indicative layout plan and shaded a number of plots in orange, which he explains in his proof are plots that would have, if built out to that layout, a garden size of below 100 square metres. You obviously had his evidence for a month, and I haven't detected you disagree with him on it.
I haven't disagreed with him because I haven't responded to that. But this is, I think he's made a few assumptions on this plan that aren't necessarily correct. He seems to have assumed because some of those properties are shown with effectively dormer type windows on the roof line that they must be 3 or 4 bed houses and therefore need 100 square metres garden. Well, I don't think this plan is developed to that level. The indicators on the roof are just to make the plan more attractive. They don't indicate it's a 3 or 4 bed house. They might be a 2 bed house, or it might be a 1.5 story property, 2 beds property. So I don't think you can take literally. Certainly all the gardens won't be 100 square metres, I accept that, but that doesn't mean to say they need to be.
Okay, thank you. Well, I can ask him about that, but that's helpful what you've confirmed, but that nevertheless shows that it would be a departure from what the prevailing settlement pattern is on Brain Valley Avenue, isn't it? This is not what we would describe as generous plots.
No, modern practice is to have small or not even no front gardens, and trying to make more efficient use of the land, that you're not likely to repeat the pattern of development that we see with the bungalows on Brain Valley Avenue.
Yeah, so you and I can agree that this isn't a repetition or a replication or indeed even a reflection of the existing form and scale and pattern of development that fronts it, can't we?
No, it doesn't replicate it. It's an evolution of taking the street pattern, but a more current design solution could be found that makes more efficient use of the land.
Okay, thank you. It doesn't reflect the prevailing settlement form, character and scale either, does it? On Brain Valley Avenue, it's deliberately something quite different.
No, I think it can do. It's the same. It follows the same grain, and again, depending how it's designed up in detail, you might have similar sized building blocks, but instead of it being a single bungalow, that might be 2 or 3 properties in current design form.
Okay. Let's just go back then to see where we've got to on the landscape planning guidelines and reflect on those. So to page 53, sorry, of core document 8.2.
Yes.
To the extent that the development would put houses on a piece of land that's part of a parcel that's described as providing a rural setting to Black Notley, it cannot be said to conserve the landscape setting. Agree with that. And you agreed that it wouldn't maintain the existing cross valley views. And you agreed that it would. I don't think I
agree with that. I qualified my answers to say some cross valley views, the ones from Brain Valley Avenue, would be lost. The new cross valley views could be established, but in a different location, and the setting, inevitably those fields would be lost, but the setting would move out, and there would be opportunities for improvement to the setting and the settlement edge through design and new landscape planting.
And it wouldn't be small scale?
No, it wouldn't be small scale. It'd be modest scale compared to the rest of the settlement.
And it would be different. It wouldn't replicate the historic settlement pattern, grain, style, characteristics of those properties fronting Brain Valley Avenue, wouldn't it?
I think it could reflect the grain. Inevitably, the detailed style and design is likely to be slightly different.
Okay, and so when we step back and look at these, it can't be said that we've complied with those landscape planning guidelines in totality, have we?
Well, I think you have to look at it in totality, and yes, I think we do.
You don't comply with a number of them on your own admission, Mr. Holliday. I don't understand.
Well, I've explained that it would be different in some respects, but there are also ways for improvement and ways that you do comply.
Yeah, but just going through some of them, you accept it's not small scale. You accept to the extent of building on the appeal site that's contributing to the rural setting of Black Notley, it wouldn't conserve that landscape setting. So, I mean, you can't say that you comply.
I think if you take it literally as you're describing it, then nothing ever would.
Well, maybe not in that location, no.
Or anywhere. Any parcel of land around the edge of any settlement is going to be said, by the way it's been put to me, to contribute to its setting. Therefore, anything that you put on it is going to harm that setting. So I
know that, Mr. Holliday, do we? Because but what we do know is that this particular appeal site falls within a parcel that the landscape character assessment in 2007 that both you and Mr. Brown rely on says specifically it contributes to the rural setting of Black Notley, and you haven't said they're wrong about that. So all I can ask you is about that document, which you have invited and expected to take into account, and to that extent, that contribution would be eroded.
Yes, it would. The setting would move out inevitably. It would be the fields beyond, but that is the case with any scheme anywhere.
Well, we don't know that because we don't know if the location. Well, can I just put the point? We don't know that any scheme would be in a location that's described as contributing to the rural setting of its particular settlement context. But we do know that this one is, because the landscape character assessment that you don't say is wrong says that.
It does say that, and there may be other areas where that hasn't been written in, but I don't think the principle changes. Any open land around any settlement, to some extent, provides its setting.
Yes, but that's speculation on your part, isn't it, Mr. Holiday? You haven't done the exercise, and you haven't got a landscape character assessment that says that every bit of Braintree district that's undeveloped contributes to the rural setting of its particular host settlement. But we do know this one does, and we do know that this development would erode it. So we can't say, can we, that this landscape character guideline is complied with?
Well, I think as a whole, we do comply well with the guidelines. Inevitably, in detail, parts will be different, and not every view will be able to be conserved. But as a whole, I think this scheme actually responds pretty well to the guidelines that are set, and I haven't got that set out in my proof.
Okay, thank you. Finally, on visual effects, then, if I may. Perhaps if I can take it this way, from the west, from Brain Valley Avenue, from the east, from the public rights of way, and from the south, from Coker's Piece, the LVA, which you adopt as part of your evidence, acknowledges there would be adverse effects.
Yes.
In summary, those adverse effects are said to decrease between completion and the maturity of the mitigation, aren't they?
Yes.
But in a number of important respects, cross-valley views, the land use, the perceptual aspects of those views, those are permanent changes that would not be affected by mitigation planting, aren't they?
Where you have the loss of view, particularly from Brain Valley Avenue, no, that loss of view won't be affected by the planting. The nature of the view, the softening of the view to the new houses, etc., would be changed. But you're not going to get the view back again. No,
and the basic principle is that whether you obstruct the view with a house or you obstruct the view with structure planting, the effect is still the same, that the view that's been described as characteristic and important has lost. You would accept that, wouldn't you?
I accept the view will be lost from Brain Valley Avenue for most of it.
And so the effect of the mitigation planting really to notch down the level of effects from moderate to minor is inappropriate, because the core feature of the view that's important has been lost and is permanently lost. No amount of planting.
Well, that's not the judgment that we made on Brain Valley Avenue, where I think the moderate down to minor tends to be for maybe from the footpath users or from Coker's Piece. And I think from the footpath, you're already looking at houses. They come a bit closer to you, but in that respect, the planting will soften, could even reinforce the river corridor and the green feeling along there, so that that's not where I think it's an important cross-valley view. I think cross-valley views from Brain Valley Avenue, but as I said, there will be new ones.
Yeah, can I just turn to your LVA then, Mr. Holiday, because you do downgrade the views from completion to 15 years.
Yes, I think you said from moderate to minor, and that's what I said. Yeah. Wasn't.
Yes, you've gone from major moderate adverse to moderate adverse. So let's turn it up so that we've got it in front of us, so that we can, in fairness to you, see what we're all looking at. It's core doc 1.6, I think, landscape and visual appraisal.
Yes, I've got that.
And Brain Valley Avenue receptors are grouped into different categories, and you've got Group A, which is the first row in your Appendix C, I think.
All right, we're looking at the table.
Yeah, that's it. Appendix C, visual effects table, Group A. That's taken from Brain Valley Avenue looking east.
Yes.
Acknowledge in the description notes, new development will inevitably truncate this cross-valley view. The proposals will include landscape buffer planting along the site's western boundary, which will mediate the visual effects of new built form. Third para.
Yes.
Yep. And I assume as a consequence of that, you've gone from overall effects on completion, major, moderate, adverse, down to moderate adverse. And the
Yes.
point I was putting to you is that whether you truncate the views with the house or structure planting doesn't make any difference. You've still lost them.
Yeah, and I agreed with that. My qualification was that I think you said it went from moderate to minor, and I was just pointing out, no, we had actually got a higher level of effect for.
I see. In which case, I apologise, Mr. Holliday. I'm sorry, I mischaracterised that. But the principle of the point that the views effects go down because of the structure planting a notch, that's not sustainable, is it? Because the thing that's important about that view, which your colleagues or whoever produced this as it themselves acknowledged as the cross-valley view, that's going to be lost. And however much structure planting you put in the way, that make a difference. So why should it go down from major moderate adverse to moderate adverse? It should stay the same, shouldn't it?
Well, no, in our view, it comes down a notch because over time it will be softened as you get a more attractive boundary, a softer boundary on that side of Brain Valley Avenue that would soften views to the new houses. Yes, I accept that part of it is that the view will be lost, and that will be lost forever.
Yeah, thank you. And then just finally, perhaps on from the south, from Coker's piece, which is, I think, row K, you've got
Yes.
row K, thank you, moderate minor adverse down to minor adverse over time. And there is a view presently across, isn't there, from Coker's piece to the appeal site, and you can see that in Mr. Brown's appendix, rebuttal appendix, photo 7. So you've got that to hand.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible to see part of the site through thin parts of the boundary hedgerow.
Yeah.
It really isn't much of a view, in my opinion. That's not where, if you're on Coker's piece, that is not where your attention is focused. But again, for the inspector to go and have a look and come to her views, I mean, in some ways, I think our LVIA judgment of moderate minor at completion is a generous one. I would think it's at the bottom end of that, because you're on a piece of green space that has very obvious housing border in it at the moment. The fact that you can glimpse a few more through the boundary hedgerow is really going to make very little difference to your experience of being in that space.
Well, can I just interrogate that a notch further? Because if I'm standing in that location, I've got housing to the left of me, which is the settlement edge of Black Notley, haven't I?
Yes.
But at the moment, it's very obvious that there's no development ahead of me. Looking north, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, if you look through that particular gap.
And if the development were to go ahead, I would then have development in front of me and to the side, wouldn't I?
You would be on the hedgerow.
And that's a pretty significant change in the experience, isn't it?
Well, I don't think it is a pretty significant change. I mean, I think it's unlikely that people will be standing there to peer through that gap. That's not how you use that space. It's somewhere that you might walk around and you take in its entirety. You're aware of settlement on the edge of the space anyway. I don't think that's particularly harmful to your enjoyment of the space. The interest comes from the woodland around the edge and the grassland in the space itself. I don't think it's one that its interest and value come through peering through gaps in the hedgerow around the edge to what's beyond it. But again, that's my take on it.
Sorry, just help me with this though, Mr. Holliday. The perceptual experience would be that you would be more part of the settlement than you are at the moment. Would that not be fair? More part of the settlement.
There would be more settlement to the north of you than there is at the moment.
And perceptually, the feeling would be that you're more in amongst the settlement than you are at the moment. That would be fair, wouldn't it? I
think you would still feel you were on the edge of the settlement as you do at the moment.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Holliday. Thank you for your time. Thank you, madam. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bowes and Mr. Holliday. Normally, people might want to ask questions about the evidence that's been put. I don't think I have anybody present, members of the public, any objectors who want to make any questions. But if there are, can you just raise your hands? I haven't been notified that anybody has joined. Okay, I'm going to assume that there are no questions. So, Mr. Robson, if you would like to do your re-examination now, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am. You were asked a whole series of questions, most latterly looking back at the CD 8.2 and the landscape, the planning guidelines, and questions about the setting of Black Notley and its rural setting. And your answer was that, yes, part of the field, this field would be lost or would become developed, but the setting as a whole would remain the same. I think was your answer. I think it characterised, broadly speaking. When the inspector comes to appreciate the setting of Black Notley, which is a wider lens, as one looked at in the CD 8.2, the landscape character assessment. So looking at the wider landscape character assessment, CD 8.2, and the setting of Black Notley, is the rural setting of Black Notley limited to just the appeal site, or is it to take in wider and other fields?
Well, the setting, in its broadest sense, is everywhere around the edge. If you're going to take the appeal site as part of its setting, then that applies to every other field or fields too. And you know, in my view, the real experience of Black Notley, or one of them, is probably coming in from the north when you pass the church and the fields in that direction. I think that I would feel was a more important part of the setting. There's a wider setting if you get on the footpath up to the east of the valley and look back across, and then you see a settlement that's on the slopes of the valley coming down to the river, and you appreciate that it is set in a rural agricultural area, and that there are fields around the edge of it, you know, as most rural settlements. So there's not particularly special about the appeal site in my view. It's in some ways it's a less important part of the setting because of its visual enclosure and separation from that wider landscape.
Point 13, please.
Sorry?
So CD 8.13, please.
13.
8.13.
Yeah, these are the parcel assessment.
That's right. So here we're looking at specifically at the parcel 7B.
Yes.
And we know is the area that will be developed under the proposal. Yes.
Yes, or part of 7B. We're not looking at all of 7B, but
part of 7B. At the end, in wider views of Black Notley, the river corridor forms the perceived edge of the settlement, and the parcel is contained within this. And in answers to Dr. Bowes and to me, he said that that area, that parcel B7, reads as part of the perceived, or within the perceived edge of the settlement. If this scheme was to be built out, would or read as part of Black Notley?
I'm afraid.
Say again.
You're breaking up a little bit. It's like the connection's not great.
If the development is, would it read as part of Black Notley, or would it read as something separate to Black Notley?
It would read as part of Black Notley.
And would the setting of Black Notley still have still be in rural characteristic, or would it change?
It would still be in a rural characteristic.
Right, thank you. We had a whole series of questions about the view from Brain Valley Avenue. Do you recall that?
I do.
And that the view would be lost. And your answers were yes, but other views would open up down in the community park to attain a cross-valley view. Is the view from Brain Valley Avenue, it wasn't put to you in cross-examination, but I'll test it. Let's have a look now. Is the view from Brain Valley Avenue identified anywhere as a key view or an important view, or one that's given particular weight?
It's a view that essentially is for residents. I accept other people will be down there, but probably visiting those residents or deliveries and things like that. It's not somewhere that you're going to go to appreciate the view. I suspect if we created our new green space, that is actually somewhere that people could go for a bit of recreation and actually could enjoy the view, because there would be a bit more of a purpose to go there, maybe and walking the dog or going jogging or something like that. That as part of the other green spaces, I think that might be an improvement.
Thank you. Now, going back to yesterday, if you can cast your mind back, you were asked, would you agree with me that part of the site is within the 40-metre contour line defined within Mr. Brown's green finger? Now, you agreed, yes, part of it is within the 40-metre contour line. But the question that wasn't asked, I think perhaps for obvious reasons, is so what?
Well, exactly. So what? I don't think, as I tried to explain, I think it's a completely artificial construct, this 40-metre contour, that it actually means anything. And I think, as I tried to point out yesterday, maybe not clear enough, if in the particularly viewpoint 1, if you were to be looking from the east down, that with Mr. Brown's green finger 40-metre contour line will cross that arable field part way up the slope. I've no idea quite where, because you can't work it out, because it doesn't make any difference. It's just an artificial contour line that some measurement that's been plucked by Mr. Brown, and he's pretty meaningless in my opinion.
Good. Now, one final point. I'm hoping to end a debate for our times. I'm looking here at a very small version, which is not good for my eyesight, of the Oxford English Dictionary, and it gives me a definition of pastoral, and it's pastoral. Adjective: 1, of country life, 2, of a farm, etc., keeping sheep and cattle. So if we accept the definition in the Oxford English Dictionary of pastoral as keeping sheep or cattle, is grazing of sheep a pastoral activity?
Grazing of sheep?
No, grazing of horses a pastoral activity. Sorry, it's
no. Sheep, yes. Horses, no.
Lovely. Good. And I'd actually then like to look, please, at CD 8.8. And page 40, please. We're in the national character area. You'll recall we spent quite a bit of time noting that, like many parts of North Essex and South Suffolk, there are fields in this location, which is great, key characteristic.
Yes, I've got 40, sorry.
You're there?
Yeah.
And it says under agri, so we're in here, the landscape change, agriculture, the first bullet point on page 40.
Yes.
Notes that as a result of the overall area of rough and permanent grass has increased, and there's been some reduction in mixed and general cropping and cereals, and a shift to cattle and sheep, which has strengthened the grassland character. Full stop. Increases in horse ownership across the NCA has led to some permanent pasture being used as horse paddocks. You see that as a differentiation between pastoral activity and horse paddocks. If we could go on to page 74, please. And we should probably stop, see where we are. So stopping, please, at page 55.
Oh, sorry, I got to 75.
Sorry, I've got, we should see, I should locate you.
55.
55 in CD 8.8. So we see there that we're in the, it says ecosystem service analysis, and then the first sentence Following section shows the analysis used to determine key ecosystem service opportunities within the area, full stop. These opportunities have been combined with the analysis of landscape opportunities to create the statements of environmental opportunity. You see that?
Sorry, I've not got that. Page 55.
Okay, so it's page 55. So it's in the bottom. You see in the bottom right corner. There's a little grey square with the number, the page number in.
Yes.
55, and it should be headed Ecosystem Service Analysis.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
You have that. Yes, good. Right, and
the heading. Yeah.
Yes, and that tells us what this table is, and it tells us in that second sentence that the opportunities have been combined with the analysis of landscape opportunities to create statements of environmental opportunity.
Yes. Yes.
So this table looks at landscape issues as well as ecosystem issues.
Yes.
Right. Scroll down to page 74, please.
Yes, I've got 74.
This is the recreation section.
Yes.
And in the analysis, which includes the analysis of the landscape issues, as we just said,
I can
see the
that.
final part,
yeah,
the final paragraph. An increase in horse riding has led to a slow growth in equestrian grazing, leading to the development of some pony paddocks that can bring intrusive infrastructure and little biodiversity gain.
Yes.
So we know that pastoral doesn't include keeping horses now, mercifully. What does the NCA then say in terms of equestrian infrastructure and its effects on the landscape?
Yeah, it says it's intrusive, which is ties in with what I described yesterday. And often character assessments do specifically mention, a potential risk and a change to landscape being conversion to pony paddocks, because inevitably they could be more clutter, if you like, than sheep or cattle grazing. They tend to be smaller scale, need more fencing, more bits and bobs that go with it, and that's why it tends to be sort of an indicator of land on the edge of settlements, a bit like this one.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Holliday. Unless there are any questions from the inspector, you can untether your horse and ride off into the distance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I will switch off and leave then. Thanks.
Right, thanks. So we'll have a short adjournment now. After this, we're going to do the highways roundtable. So I would like to remind members of the public that they do have a right to participate if they have any representations they wish me to hear at the highways roundtable. So please do contact the council if you want to do that. So before we do that, if we have I'd say a 15-minute break, and we'll just see how we get on with timings during the roundtable, and then after that we'll do the housing land supply roundtable, but that definitely won't be until after lunch. Okay, so I'll adjourn now until 11:15. Thank you. Good morning again. We'll do the round table now, and if first of all, if I could please make a note of the names of the participants. So I can see I've got Chris Tibby from the council, Neil Jones, the appellant.
No, it's Neil Jones from the council as well.
I'm sorry. So what's your job title? Sorry, Mr. Jones.
Only man without a beard.
Sorry.
I'm not sure what I heard there. Can you repeat that, please?
Sorry, Marv, it was me. Sorry, it's Mr. Robson. I'm off camera. It was simply me, sir, saying that Mr. Carville is the only witness without a beard. I'm not sure whether or not that's a material consideration. Dr. Rose may have submissions on it later. I don't know.
I'll make a note of it in my decision under procedural matters. Sorry.
Ma'am,
okay.
I'm not sure whether Neil, Mr. Jones heard you, but he's Principal Planning Officer at Braintree District Council.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any qualifications you wish me to list, Mr. Jones?
No, sorry, Mum.
Okay, thank you. And we have Mr. Carville.
That's right. You should have hopefully got a list of appearances sent through to your office last night. We also have Mr. Cronshaw from Ashley Helm Associates.
Okay, I'm not sure if I have that. I might do. I'll check for it. Bear with me a second. And sorry, from Ashley Helm, who have I got?
Ian Cronshaw, Ashley Helm Associates.
And I've got the qualifications already on that one. Okay, I've made a note of those. Thanks very much. So have you seen the draft agenda I had for this discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Jones, have you got that? And the appellants?
Yes, ma'am. I'm very happy with those points. Just on points 7 and 8, but principally 8. In our view, 8 might be best left for the planning evidence, just in terms of that kind of crossover. And I think me and Mr. Tivy deal with that within our evidence. So I just didn't want to stray into planning evidence within this session. So in our view, 8 is probably best dealt with that. But happy to take your view on that.
Okay, I don't mind how it's dealt with, so long as it's dealt with somewhere. Mr. Tivy, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I can see merit in including it in this roundtable session, but I've got no strong, views either way, to be honest.
Okay, well, at this point, we'll see where we get to, because there may be some questions that I'd like to ask about that when I hear, and sometimes it is a bit easier in a roundtable discussion. So, and then if there's anything that can't be answered, then that can be covered later on in the cross-examination. So don't worry if you can't answer anything now, because you will get an opportunity to later on.
And sorry, did Mr. Carville just mention question 7 as well?
Yeah, no, happy to deal with question 7 here, but obviously we'll cover it. We'll also probably cover it in the section 106 session as well. Yes. But yes, very happy to deal with it here anyway.
Okay, thanks. All right, so my first question was in respect of public transport availability and the distance to bus stops. So if I could ask the council first what their objections are in terms of the public transport and people walking and getting to bus stops, and also there have been train stations mentioned as well.
Ma'am, I think in terms of the actual frequency of the bus service, the number 21 bus service into Braintree town, the council isn't raising issue with that. You know, they are fairly frequent. I think the difficulty arises when one perhaps decides that they want to try and use a bus to access either of the schools, the primary schools, John Ray Infant School, John Ray Junior School, or Notley High School, which are on the sort of southern edge of Braintree. And also, if one chose to catch the train from Braintree Station, essentially the services don't dovetail neatly with the start and end of the school day, and don't generally tally with the train services from Braintree railway station. That said, you know, it is accepted that there is Cressing railway station, which I think is sort of common ground, is approximately 1.2 kilometres from the site. Now we will urge you to travel from the site to Cressing railway station when you do carry out your site visit. Entirely up to you whether you choose to walk it or drive it. I must admit, you know, it can be a fairly sort of hair-raising experience, either by either forms of transportation. I have done both. Including sort of walking at dusk. Sorry, what am I saying? Dawn? Sunset, I should be saying. When it's getting dark. Yeah. So I got confused there. But I mean, you will note in terms of access to Cressing railway station, there's no footway on either side of the lane. It is very narrow. There are significant pinch points between curbs, including a right-angled bend around Bulford Mill itself, and there's no street lighting. I think that's probably the main points I want to raise at this point. So I don't know if Mr. Carvell or Mr. Cronshaw wish to interject.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of just a couple of questions on that. So in terms of the footway, obviously, or the walk rather to Cressing Station, I will take a look at that. But before I do, it's useful to know, understand your point. So in terms of the pinch points between curbs, what's the actual issue with that?
Well, I think you'll notice on driving that it is a narrow country lane. It does tend to get used as a rat run for people driving from it's the road that goes through Tye Green Cressing. I just need to double check what number that is. I've got it written down here somewhere. The B1018. People tend to use that as a rat run, and Black Notley itself to get to the A131 and A120 at Great Notley. Have to admit myself, my partner's parents until recently did live in Tye Green, and on my drive back to Somerset here, I would frequently use that route. Clearly, it's fine when there's very low traffic, but when I visited the site recently to prepare for this inquiry, I was actually I wasn't actually in the car myself at the time. I was walking, but you know, there was an incident of road rage with sort of 2 or 3 cars coming from each direction, not able to sort of negotiate past each other. So as I say, it is used as a rat run, that and Church Road and Baker's Lane, which run from sort of the north of the village, in a northwesterly direction to Great Notley.
Okay. Right. Let me just see if I've got any other questions about that. In terms of the buses to school, I'm not sure whether. Let me check if I'm going to do that. Yeah. Okay. So I'll cover the bus to school under my point 4. And okay, that's fine. So if I go to the appellant now and ask them to comment on those points or anything else you want to raise in respect of number 1.
Sorry, can I just clarify? You're asking about public transport availability and distance to bus stops overall, or you're asking about the access to schools specifically now?
Well, I'll bus generally the buses, and then we'll move on under point 4. We'll talk specifically about the access to schools.
Okay. In terms of distance to the bus stops from the site centroid, it's 265 metres, which is well within the 400 metres recommended by the CIHT document. There's fairly good access, as Mr. Tivy confirmed, the regular bus service into Braintree from the appeal site at those bus stops, and that bus service runs via a number of industrial estates, towards Braintree Freeport, where there's links across the river, and then through other areas, industrial estates, and then round to Braintree Town Centre, where there is access to obviously all the town's facilities, including the railway station at Braintree itself.
Okay.
I'm fairly sure it's fairly common ground, and I think Mr. Tivy comments on his evidence. There is a good bus service from the appeal site within a short distance.
Yeah, I mean it's certainly fairly frequent, and like I say, the council's not contesting that element.
In terms of the 265 metre distance, I did notice in the evidence that the council made the point that that's from the site access rather than within the site where the houses might be. What are your current views on that, Mr. Tivy? Just in response to the appellant's point about it's within a guideline. I think he said 400 metres.
Yeah, I'm just trying to recall now the in terms of bus stops. I don't know whether Mr. Jones can add to that whilst I'm looking in my proof.
I think the bus stops are on the main road, on the Witham Road, so relatively accessible. Obviously, you would need to get out from the site onto Brain Valley Road. I think that was the point that Mr. Tivy was making in his evidence in terms of a distance. But I would think the majority of the houses would certainly still fall within the walking distance that Mr. Carville referred to. It might be some of the further parts of the site might fall outside.
Sorry, Mum, I just realised that I didn't actually refer specifically to distances to the bus stops because it wasn't an issue for the council. But I think, as Mr. Jones says, I don't think we'd we'll dispute what the appellants say on that.
Okay, so is it agreed between you then that the distance of bus stops is acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Ma'am, just to assist you in terms of the accessibility statement produced, it's page 6 of the append of Mr. Cronshaw's document attached to my evidence. So it's page 6, para 3153, where it sets out the distances to the services within Black Notley from the site centroid.
Thank you. Okay, so unless there's anything else anybody wants to say about item number 1, then we'll move on to number 2. Are we ready to move on? Yeah, okay.
Yes, fine with me, thank you.
So this is to do with the point the council's made about the availability of day-to-day services being accessible by a choice of different modes of transport. So I do have a list of what is in Black Notley in the evidence. So I could just leave it there and not discuss it, but if you want to say anything about what's available, if either party wants to, I'm quite happy to hear that. I'll go to
I mean, sorry, Mum. I was going to say that, I mean, the council doesn't dispute the distances to those services within Black Notley itself. I mean, the council's concerns is that, you know, there are a limited range of services within the village, and, you know, many future occupants would be, you know, would need to travel out of the village to meet their day-to-day needs, whether that's for other community services and facilities, or whether that's to access sources of employment. And there's no dedicated cycle routes to the services within the village, but ultimately, as I say, I think the council, you know, doesn't differ from the appellant's view in that they are all within a reasonable walking distance. I mean, what I would say though is, in terms of sort of wider services, things like doctor's surgery, for example, closest one from our calculation is 3.6 kilometres, which is Blythes Meadow on Trinavantian Way in Braintree. In terms of supermarkets, obviously, if one wishes to go to a supermarket to do their weekly shop, there is a supermarket in the marketplace in Braintree, which is a Tesco. Likewise, there's also one in Great Notley. I mean, Great Notley falls within the same ward as Black Notley, but I mean, I mentioned earlier on Church Road and Baker's Lane, which is another sort of aspect of that rat run that people use to connect to the A131 and A120, and it's a single carriageway road, but there are no footways along it, and certainly in terms of cycling, you know, I consider that unless one was an experienced cyclist or had confidence in cycling on busy roads, that many people would probably be dissuaded, particularly those say who lack confidence, and those perhaps with younger children.
So sorry, Mr. Tivy, which that lane that gives access to which services? Sorry.
As what Church Road, Baker's Lane, that connects through to Great Notley, which is the garden village that has quite a large Tesco supermarket and a range of other services, including the Skyline 100 employment site. And you'll note if you drive around Great Notley along the A131, which is essentially its bypass, that you know, there's a lot of commercial development going up there at the moment, in addition to the established sort of Skyline development.
Okay, so the supermarket you could get a bus to, presumably, if it's in Braintree.
You could do, yes, you could do. If it was in Braintree Town Centre, the Braintree Town Centre supermarket, certainly. But I mean, one of the notes I have here is in terms of cycling, you know, the council acknowledges that many of those facilities are within the sort of 5 kilometre radius from the site, which is, you know, generally deemed an acceptable, fairly short cycle ride. But even along, you know, Whittam Road itself, whilst I acknowledge it's the 30-mile-an-hour limit within the sort of built-up area, and 40 miles an hour in between, whilst I can't, you know, give you any sort of speed data, nonetheless, you know, traffic does just flow at quite some speed and in quite sort of heavy volumes at certain times of the day. In terms of walking distances, I mean, ultimately, I'm aware that for sort of community centres, if you like, you know, the Manual for Streets recommends that the upper walking limit for most pedestrians is sort of 20 minutes or 800 metres. So, you know, anything beyond that, bearing in mind that the edge of Braintree itself is approximately 2 kilometres from the site, that you know, that would dissuade individuals from walking into town, bearing in mind that once you get to the edge of Braintree, you've probably got another good sort of mile and a half, I would have thought, to get into the town centre itself. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Carville, have you got anything to say about that?
Yes, just a couple of things. I think we just want to respond on. I think there's probably about 3 or 4 points there that Mr. Tivy covered. Some of which is access to services within the village and then beyond, and then probably those in Braintree Town Centre, including access to supermarkets. Firstly, I think as Mr. Tivy agreed, there are facilities within the village that are accessible by walk and cycle. We've talked about the high schools and the primary schools, and they are within the CIHT guidance, within 2 kilometres, which is recommended for trips to school and for commuting. And that document's within the core documents, ma'am. If you need to check those. But I think that position is agreed. In terms of those services, as Mr. Tivy highlighted, there is supermarkets in the town centre, which is accessible by the bus and by cycle. In terms of access to a supermarket, I cover this within my evidence. If one chooses to do a weekly shop for a whole family, it is unlikely, and people have access to a car, it is likely that they will have to do. It's likely they will do that in a car, and that's their choice. And the NPPF promotes choices for people to undertake journeys how they would like, whilst promoting walking and cycling in public transport. So there is opportunity from the site for people to do however they please. And you can do a weekly shop on a bike, and maybe not for a whole family, but you can do weekly shops on bikes should you choose.
Could I just point out as well, though, that although it is agreed that the schools are approximately 2 kilometres from the site, that is from the site entrance as opposed to the centre of the site or in extremities of the site. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. May I just draw your attention to one thing in this CIHT document, if I may? 9.3, called up 9.3. I think that's the document Mr. Carville drew your attention to. It's page 49 is where we have table 3.2, which is the suggested acceptable walking distances. And Mr. Carville said accurately that for commuting / school / sightseeing, whatever that might include, the preferred maximum is 2,000 metres, 2 kilometres. He's right about that. But I just invite you to note that it does say that the acceptable is 1,000 and the desirable is 500. And of course, you've got Mr. Tivy's evidence that the Manual for Streets indicates that walkable neighbourhoods, so that's up to 10 minutes, is 800 metres. And we're, of course, in a context in the framework of seeking to encourage a behavioural shift, a behavioural change. So we're not looking to see whether something is unacceptable or acceptable. We're looking to see whether it's likely that people will change their mode of travel. And I would simply encourage you, madam, when you go away and reflect on all of this, to think that while it might be within the preferred maximum, it's certainly beyond the acceptable and most certainly beyond the desirable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, just to come back on that point, there are preferred maximum or for sorts of town centres and various other amenities is 800 metres. As has been pointed out already, there are a range of amenities within the village itself, within Black Notley, that are within that walking range. And for example, there's the convenience store, which would be perfectly good for top-up shopping, convenience shopping, and that can be accessed on foot. In fact, that's within 400 metres, which is within the acceptable distance. In terms of the preferred maximum for school commuting, those are preferred maximums, and there's nothing in the guidance to say that people won't walk those distances. They are preferred maximums. National travel statistics suggest that for walk trips to school of between 1 and 2 miles, walking is still a significant mode, particularly at secondary school. 53% at secondary school. I think that's referenced in my statement.
If you could find the reference for me so I can just look back to it later, that would be.
Yeah.
Paragraph 3.1.7.2 of the accessibility statement.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I think it's inevitable. We're kind of straying into your question 4 in that respect, in terms of access in schools. I mean, I think I've probably said all I need to on your question 2. I'm not sure whether Mr. Jones or Mr. Carvel or Cronshaw have anything else to add on that.
Well, I'm just going to go back to the schools because I note the distances that are being mentioned to me, but I want to ask both parties how realistic it is, particularly for primary schools, that parents would walk with small children, bearing in mind, of course, that they might have younger children in buggies or prams with them. So I'll ask Mr. Tibby that first.
Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, that's one of our main points really with regards to the accessibility to the schools. You know, having primary age children myself, I know that to get them to walk more than a mile is a massive challenge, particularly if it's a cold and wet day. And as you say, parents of or guardians of school age, primary age children may well have a toddler and perhaps a baby in a pushchair in tow as well. I mean, as Mr. Cronshaw says in his accessibility statement, between 1 and 2 miles, only 19% of primary education trips are on foot. So I think that kind of supports what I've just said in many ways. And as we'll get into, notwithstanding the fact that the appellants are or have put to you a footway improvement scheme, there are still sections of that footway which are very narrow, and you know, will I believe would deter people from utilising that. Just one other thing. I mean, I've only specifically visited the site on one occasion at the end of the school day, and I walked from the village up towards the schools. I have to admit, I did see quite a number of secondary school pupils walking from the school back to the village, but I saw no children whatsoever from the infant or junior schools walking into Black Notley. Now, it may well be that children of that age go to other schools, but obviously that's, you know, a piece of anecdotal evidence.
Thank you. So, Mr. Carvel, in terms of the practicalities of walking with young children, have you got any response to that?
Probably Mr. Cronshaw, probably best to respond to that.
I mean, the footway scheme that is put forward, it provides minimum 1.5 metre footway for the vast majority of the routes. And the appellant has also put forward possibility of street lighting, which the council will have agreed in principle that could be provided as well, although they need to consult the street lighting team as to whether that's a firm part of the proposals. But in terms of the footway widening to 1.5 metres, that's wide enough for an adult pushing a buggy and also with a child next to them to use that route. There are very short sections where only 1.2 metres can be provided. That's still wide enough for an adult holding a child's hand, for example. And that's evidenced in Manual for Streets, which is core document 9.5, I believe, page 63, where there are diagrams. I'll just check that page number.
Page 68.
68, sorry, where there are diagrams which show what footway widths may be appropriate for different user types.
If I may, I mean, yeah, quite clearly there's sort of normal sort of widths shown for different footway users, but having said that, the main sort of figure below that, in figure 6.8 on page 68 of Manual for Streets, which is page 69 of the PDF itself, does show a minimum footway of 2 metres. And in the text below, whilst it says in 6.3.22 there's no maximum width for footways, they should generally be 2 metres wide. And it does refer to particularly adjacent to gathering places such as schools and shops. Now I realise that the whole, it's not a case that the whole footway is outside the school, and therefore clearly there is scope for potentially narrower sections along that route. But also what it does say, and like I said, I haven't been within the locality at the start of the school day, but going by the volume of secondary school pupils leaving the site, I imagine it'd be a similar flow in the opposite direction. And paragraph 6.3.23 of Manual for Streets does basically say that the quality of service goes down as pedestrian flow density increases. And one thing I would say as well is, and whether you consider it right or wrong, young children do often also use scooters and balance bikes, even bicycles on footways. So it may not be legal, but that's certainly what happens. And to enable people to actually negotiate, such individuals, does generally require a greater width. And I'm just as a pure example, again, when I was walking from Black Notley to the schools, actually in Black Notley itself, on the section of footway outside 102 and 126 Witham Road, I passed two women with a dog each, and I had to walk into the carriageway in order to pass them. And that particular section there is, I believe, around 1 metre wide, and it isn't an area that's proposed for widening in the appellant's footway improvements scheme. Sorry, could I just also?
Yeah, I'm just typing up some notes. So sorry, I'll be with you in a second. I just don't want to miss recording something. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Tibby.
Sorry, all I was just going to add in terms of the lighting, I think it would be commendable, certainly, if the lighting was improved along that stretch of Witham Road. But at this point in time, it can't be guaranteed that Essex County Council's local highway authority would adopt it. So there's a question mark over that, unless Mr. Cronshaw can indicate otherwise.
Yeah, Mr. Cronshaw.
Just to clarify on that, it was purely in terms of the inquiry timescales that my colleague at Essex County Council wasn't able to consult his street lighting team as to whether as to our proposals, but it is labelled on the plan, which has been agreed in principle by the Highway Authority to introduce street lighting along that stretch. I don't see any reason why the street lighting team at Essex County Council would have a particular issue with that. But the main part of the scheme is to increase footway width, which particularly for journeys to school is the most important element of the scheme. Just to come back on a couple of things that were mentioned there in terms of footway widths, Manual for Streets talks about the 2 metre minimum. That's for new infrastructure. That doesn't suggest that every footway that is below that is not usable, as the other diagrams within Manual for Streets demonstrate. And in terms of pedestrians passing each other, there are numerous passing opportunities along the routes, even along the narrower sections where people would be able to step, for example, into driveways to allow people to pass. But we've gone from a situation where Mr. Tibby was saying very few people would walk to the primary school, to one where the footways may be congested, so congested that we have to have excess width in order to allow people to kind of pass each other. The pedestrian flows are light within the village. They will remain light. when this if the appeal development is allowed. Generally within the village there is 1.5 metre footway provision, and that I think you'll find on visiting the site is perfectly adequate to provide a good walking environment throughout the village. And what the improvement scheme seeks to do is to extend that all the way to the schools where there are points where presently it is narrower than that. So yeah, generally, I think you'll note that within the village, the walking environment, despite the fact that it doesn't meet the 2 metre minimum for new infrastructure and manual for streets, the walking environment within the village is perfectly adequate for pedestrians at the moment at 1.5 metres.
Okay.
Mum, is it okay if I come back?
Yes.
I mean, sort of 2 or 3 things really. In terms of, I mean, the council's not suggesting that there should be sort of an excess width, but you know, essentially what the council's suggesting is that the footway should be compliant with the sort of standards set out within Manual for Streets, or at least as close to. And obviously, my reference to pedestrian traffic was related to secondary school children, and you know, quite clearly, you know, a development such as this would no doubt include quite a high number of young families who would have primary age school children, or would have children sort of working up towards that age. I mean, one point in terms of, whilst I accept that people would quite clearly from time to time use a driveway to enable someone to pass, ultimately that's, you know, that's private property. It's not within the public highway. And I think that, you know, probably the key sort of stretch, the key narrow stretch really, which is as narrow as 0.8 metres, is the section to the north of the War Memorial, the Church Road, Witham Road junction, outside 54 Witham Road, heading in a northerly direction towards number 36. It does admittedly in places widen for a short section and then narrow back down to a metre or just under. But my concern there is that if one looks at the extent of the highway boundary, which is called document 9.9, there's no scope to widen the footway there, notwithstanding the annotation on the footway improvement plan to say that it would be 1.2 metres. I believe that's the suggested width in those sort of narrower sections. Sorry, my computer's not playing ball, and I can't open the footway.
That's okay.
Improvement plan at the moment. So,
Mr. Tibby, I think I understand what you're saying about the pavements and the widths and that kind of thing, but I don't think you were suggesting that there's a danger to highway safety. This is something that's putting people off using the route. I just want to clarify that. It's just
Yeah, I mean, to clarify for everyone's benefit, yeah, there's no objection from the local highway authority on highway safety terms, and the local planning authority aren't objecting to the scheme on highway safety per se. But as you said, and it is something I did mean to point out, was the fact it's the attractiveness of that route, and perhaps a perception of safety. You know, if someone's walking to school, you know, with a primary age child and a toddler, possibly a dog, you know, there's a lot going on. You know, cars coming and going, particularly, as I say, people driving quite speedily up to junctions such as that Church Road, Witham Road junction. You know, there is a perception certainly, or a lack of attractiveness of that route to future occupants of the development.
Sorry, Mum, I think that's the point that the council's making in terms of the width, that perhaps it's not, as Mr Cronshaw was suggesting, that we're concerned about congestion and people being unable to pass. I think with young children in particular, if they're walking on their own or on bicycles or scooters, it's about having sufficient footway width so that parents can be satisfied they're away from passing traffic. And then if it actually narrows in places and the children are actually becoming closer to the carriageway, that parents might rightly or wrongly feel that it's less safe. Just one other point to make on the street lighting. Essex County Council, Mr Cronshaw was quite right, the highway engineer he's been dealing with will be consulting the street lighting team. From previous experience, I know one of the issues that they will have is whether they feel it's justified and necessary against their criteria, and they have particular criteria because of the ongoing maintenance. So although obviously the developer will be putting it in, it would represent an ongoing maintenance liability for the county council. They would have to make sure that vegetation doesn't obscure lights in the future. They would have to obviously replace bulbs, pay for electricity and so on. So all of those things would have to be taken into account, and they would need to be satisfied that the lighting of the route would be sufficiently beneficial for them to take that on in the future.
Thanks.
What I would just finally on that point, Mum, I would urge you to walk that route. No doubt you'd already thought you would do that, but I would urge you to do so if that's acceptable to you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just go back to the appellants, give them a chance to just say respond to all those points, and then we'll move on to the next item.
Yeah, I think it just in brief, Ma'am, there's no recorded accidents along this route. We're improving that route with access to the edge of Braintree and the schools in particular, because that's where the route leads to. If the council's concerned, I think from the council's evidence, the concern is about primary school age children and their access. But as I say, we're improving that route. There are no recorded accidents, and I think Mr Tivy gave you, I'm not sure, there was several elements to his example, but it was quite an extreme example of children and dogs and something else all at once. There are options, and we are making that route safer. Unless Mr Cronshaw wants to add anything else to that.
It was just on the particular area where it's narrow outside properties 44 to 56. Mr Tilley said there's no scope within the highway boundary to widen at that point. Just like to point out that where the driveways meet the footway, the measurable width at those points from the edge of carriageway to the driveways is 1.2 metres. Where the footway narrows at that point, it is because of verge encroachment onto the existing footway. It is a 1.2 metre footway that is covered partially by verge at certain points. What the works proposed to do, and they are agreed in principle with Essex County Council, is to remove any verge encroachment and to put a retaining curb at the back of footway to ensure that it doesn't happen again, and keep that 1.2 metre footway width available in perpetuity then, so that the verge encroachment doesn't happen again. And that would provide a clear 1.2 metre wide footway over about a 90 metre stretch at that point. So it's a relatively short stretch anyway, beyond the below the 1.5 metre width that's generally provided as a minimum along the route.
Thanks. So when you talk about verge, this is a grass. Are you talking about a grass verge here?
Grass verge at the back of footway, and it's quite steeply sloping, and for drainage issues, that means that the bank has gradually washed onto the footway and now obscures part of the back of the footway.
Okay.
Ma'am, sorry, can I come back?
Yes.
What I would say, particularly outside like 54 Witton Road springs to mind, for example, there is an embankment, admittedly, but that's within private ownership, and actually it's almost vertical where it meets the footway edge. Now, I couldn't say to you hand on heart that the actual extent of the highway is slightly wider than that point, but you'll notice that that's actually very closely mown. And whilst I fully agree with Mr Cronshaw, further north, as you start to sort of hit the flyover of the A120 towards Braintree, there's clear examples there where grass, general detritus has encroached upon the footway surface. But like I say, there are definite narrow pinch points there. And also what I would say is, whilst my example about children and dogs and scooters, etc., may seem far-fetched, that's the sort of thing I see every day when I take my children to school. So, of course, not everyone has a toddler with them or a pushchair. Not everyone has a dog with them, but nonetheless, that is a sort of an everyday occurrence for many people with primary school-aged children. Also, what I would finally add, I suppose, on that as well is, we've obviously referred to the distance, but if one was, for example, walking their child to school, they've got to factor in that they need to go back home again unless they're carrying their journey on into Braintree itself. So it's not just a case of you've got to walk 2 kilometres to school. In many cases, future occupants would then have to make that walk, possibly with a toddler again, on the way back home. So quite clearly that makes it even less attractive than just a single journey or a single route from A to B. Thank you.
Right, thanks. Okay, well, I will have a look at all of those things. I'll look at the route in general when I do the site visits. Just does the appellant want to come back on any of those points before we move on?
Yes, in terms of the highway boundary, just very briefly, and the verge, the extensive highway adoption based on the highway boundary plan is to the back of footways. So once that verge is exposed, we're not suggesting the use of any third-party land here. It's just simply cutting back the verge to expose what is there of existing footway. The scheme shown on 1696-05D is agreed in principle with the Highway Authority. They have agreed that it's deliverable within highway boundary. So, and they have reviewed it in conjunction with the highway boundary plan. So the 1.2 metre width is deliverable in that location, and that's agreed with the Highway Authority.
Right, thanks. All right, we'll move on now to, I think we've probably covered it actually, but if you've got anything else to say, the pavement improvements be provided. Number 3.
Oh, sorry. I mean, there are places there where I think it would be necessary for retaining structures to be introduced. Obviously, we don't have any detail on that, but clearly that could have an impact on the character and appearance of the area in which those works are located. But also, let's say, going back to my example of 54 Witham Road, for example, if that embankment is within private ownership, clearly there wouldn't be scope to widen the footway if a retaining structure was necessary without relevant licenses with the Highway Authority, etc.
Okay, Mr. Cronshaw.
Yeah, I think perhaps it's helpful at this point to if you could refer to core document 910, the highway improvement plan.
Okay, let me just get that open. Okay, got that open.
Okay, so basically, I just wanted to talk you through the improvements that are proposed in terms of opposite properties. 105, the Vine Public House, 93. Mr. Tivvy's correct to point out that there would be some sort of retaining structure probably required at that point. The agreed position with the Highway Authority is that can be provided, and details can be agreed at detailed design stage at that point. So they've agreed that it's it's perfectly possible within highway land with some retaining features to widen the footway to a minimum of 1.5 metres in that location. And then as we go further west along the route, we get to the junction of Church Road, and there are significant improvements in that area to assist crossing of that junction, both in terms of widening of the footway, provision of drop curbs, tactile paving, bollards as protective features for people crossing at that point. And those works can all be done within highway land, and the highway authority has been consulted on those and provided some input into the detail of those features. And then to the west of that junction, that's the area where Mr. Tibby pointed out that the existing footway is narrow. As I've pointed out previously, a lot of that has to do with verge encroachment onto the existing footway. It's been agreed with the highway authority that the footway can be widened. The footway, a continuous 1.2 metre footway can be provided at that point within highway land. And then beyond that, there is also a section near property 36 where there is existing narrow footway, again with removal of verge encroachment. A 1.2 metre footway can be provided at that point as well. And everywhere beyond that, between property 36 and the primary schools, there is existing footway that is in excess of at or in excess of 1.5 metres. And the proposals at that point, other than providing street lighting, are generally vegetation detritus clearance to reveal the full existing width of the footway, and widening where the detritus clearance doesn't reveal a minimum 1.5 metre width.
Okay. Okay, I think we've covered point 3, unless there's anything else that needs to be said.
No, Mum, I think everything's covered within my proof of evidence and rebuttal statement with regards to manual for streets and the CIHT guidance. Thank you. I mean, obviously, it's entirely up to you, but I would urge you to walk the route when you carry out your site visit.
Yeah,
Thank
I will.
you. Thanks.
Okay, so right, so now on number 4, it's the bus service to school, and I know what's been said about the sort of differential between buses arriving and the school days starting. So I've got all that written down. So without going into the sort of precise detail, if you've got anything more to say about that, Mr. Tibby or Mr. Jones first. No, Mr. Jones.
No, Mum.
No. Has Mr. Carville, do you want to respond?
Only in brief, Mum. It was just that Mr. Tivy raised questions about the accessibility to the school with the bus times in terms of essentially the drop-off time of the bus and then the opening of the school gates and registration in classes. In my view, actually, the bus service provides an excellent access to those facilities, given that the bus arrives before the start of classes. Obviously, people and children have to get off the bus and into the school facilities to be on time for their registration. So the terms of the spacing, it varies slightly between the primary school and the secondary school, but it's a short wait in order to get people to get from the bus into their classroom. So I actually think it's quite a good link up in essence, because you're arriving before the school starts, and it's a good sized gap for people, as I say, to get from the bus service to the classroom.
Okay, thank you. So should we move on to the next one, which is access to employment? So what I've heard, what I've read, is that there aren't really any employment opportunities within Black Notley itself. Are the parties agreed on that? Then
Yes,
we can move where there might be.
No, nothing significant.
Right. Okay. So in terms of employment opportunities, I've heard about some industrial parks, and there's Braintree as well. And
yes, ma'am. I think so. The bus service runs past Braintree, Freeport, or close to it. And then what's the industrial estate?
Park Drive Industrial Estate. The bus service calls directly outside the industrial estate. And the journey time is approximately 7 minutes to that industrial estate.
And then Braintree itself has a further range of larger industrial estates to the northwest of the town, which we're doing about 3 miles from the appeal site.
okay.
Ma'am, I think I would just say, with respect, Park Drive is a fairly modest industrial estate in comparison to the other ones like Springwood Industrial Estate and Skyline. And if one was to choose to catch a bus, that they would have to catch a second service in order to get out to Springwood if they chose to, or if they worked out that way. I mean, I will draw your attention. It's in paragraph 4.15 of my proof of evidence that. Admittedly, it was 2011 census, but 74.7% of occupants or residents of Black Notley travel to work by car or van. I acknowledge that probably a far greater instance of people working at home at the moment, particularly as of last week's announcement. But nonetheless, I think what it demonstrates is, that's evidence to demonstrate that most people travel to work by motor vehicle, and there's quite clearly, as I've accepted before, that there is a bus service that runs into Braintree town centre itself, but and so there is a need for connecting services to then go on to other sources of employment.
And do you have any figures about the percentage of people travelling to work by car from larger villages? Do you know how this would compare?
I believe in my proof, I think there was a district-wide. I have a feeling I had a district-wide average. Braintree district-wide was 65.4%. Sorry, what I've said here. I'll just read it. It's probably easier.
Yeah.
So the figures. I said 74.7. That included a 4.7% of passengers in a car or a van. So 70% of individuals driving themselves and 4.7% being a passenger. And then at the end of my paragraph 4.15 on page 13 of my proof, I referred to it being higher than the Braintree district or Essex-wide figures of 65.4% and 60.5% respectively, or 70.3% and 65.2% when taken into account passengers.
Right, yes, sorry, I did have a bit of trouble understanding those figures when I read it. So just let me read through that again. So 70% of the ward's population travel to work in a car or a van, and 4.7% travel as a passenger in a car or van. So the total is 74.7% in that ward that go by car. Okay, and then it's the next figures that I struggle. So Braintree 65.4%. When you say respectively, I'm not sure. What can you just run through those figures?
Oh, sorry, the Braintree district figures were.
Yeah.
Actually, it might be easier to locate the core document, which is 7.20, which is the district ward profile for Great Notley and Black Notley ward.
Okay, yeah, I've got that.
Because I think I've confused myself there now as well. So that's page 15. Mine's very slow at opening.
All right. I downloaded all the files this time, which was good. Okay, I've got 15 up.
Right, sorry,
Don't worry.
Right, so the 70% is at the top of page 16.
Yeah.
So yeah, persons travelling to work by car or van, 70% in Black Notley. Well, so it's Great Notley and Black Notley ward. So I think, as I've put in my proof, bearing in mind that Great Notley has higher opportunities for employment, in reality, whilst I can't categorically prove this, it's likely that the Black Notley figures would actually be greater. But notwithstanding that, just simply looking at the figures in front of us, 70% of ward residents travel to work by car, 65.4% district-wide, and that compares with 60.5% in Essex. And what I did was then added those to the passenger in car or van, and that's where the confusion arises. So apologies for that.
Okay, no problem. All right. Okay, well, I've got all those figures there, so I can look at those.
Thank you. Again,
thanks. Right. Mr. Carville, have you got anything to say?
Well, just on those figures regarding driving to work. I mean, they are for first of all the ward, which includes Black Notley, Great Notley. So it's quite a wide area with all sorts of levels of accessibility at the finer grain within that area, and then those are then being compared in Mr. Tivy's evidence to Braintree as a district, which obviously includes the top order settlement, and then Essex as a whole, which includes much larger settlements. So it's not a kind of it's not a reasonable comparison with Black Notley as a whole, and particularly in terms of, with this site, we're looking at accessibility of the site has been agreed with the Highway Authority based on a much more site-specific assessment, rather than looking at comparative ward, district and county level figures to do with driving to work.
Okay, thanks. All right, sorry, just arrange my papers so I don't get them mixed up. So, is there anything else anybody wants to say about access to employment?
I mean, really, Mum, it kind of ties in with number 6. well, I say number 6. I mean, I'm really referring to train services. I mean, I know just looking at that table, as I've still got it open in CD 7.20, it does obviously highlight that 9.2% of the population of the ward travel to work by train. I think it was acknowledged, I think, in Mr. Carvell's proof that it can't be deduced from that whether or not they're individuals catching the train from Cressing or Braintree railway stations, or indeed from personal experience, having, you know, until not that long ago lived in the Braintree district. Many people do actually drive to Witham because there's a mainline railway station there, far greater frequency of trains than the Braintree branch line. Again, you know, I'm only sort of surmising here, but it may well be that an individual in Black Notley thinks, well, I commute to work, I can only put 1 tick in the census data, and therefore I'll tick by train. But like I say, it doesn't differentiate between railway stations being used. But ultimately, as I say, I know from personal experience, many people do actually drive to Witham and use the railway service from there.
So at least
commute into London.
Yeah, so part of the journey at least would be by train if they were to tick that box. It wouldn't be all driving.
Yeah, I mean, there's no direct bus service from Black Notley to Witham railway station. Actually, there isn't one to Braintree either, I believe. I think it ends in, well, it doesn't end, but it stops at what was the bus park in Braintree, and then there's probably, I don't know, a 5-minute walk or so to the railway station from there. But yeah, I think that's probably all I'd want to say at this point in time on number 6 as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Does Mr. Carvell, do you want to come back on that point at all about the train?
Yeah, very briefly, I think we could, between me and Mr. Cronshaw, we could deal with the train. Earlier, Mr. Tivy talked about the access to Cressing station and the walk and the access cycle to that. And I think I'm quite clear within my evidence. I don't rely upon Cressing railway station to make this site acceptable or unacceptable in terms of public transportation. But as Mr. Tivy did highlight, and I mentioned earlier about the bus services running past Park Drive Industrial Estate, there is access there to Braintree, Freeport, and then there's a short walk. It's within my proof of evidence. I think it's approximately 300 metres from the terminus of the 21 bus to Braintree railway station, whereas there is obviously cycle parking as well. And in terms of Cressing, again, accepting that many people may choose not to accept fully that it isn't a safe walking route. Sounds like Mr. Tivy has done it, and he's still with us, which is good news. So there are options there. There is a small amount of car parking at Cressing railway station. There is a small amount of cycle parking. And in terms of cycle accessibility and making multimodal sustainable journeys, I cover it within my proof of evidence. You can take cycles on the Greater Anglia services, except in the peak hour to trains to London. So there is options there for people to do multimodal journeys, be that by car and train, bike and train, or bus and train, or indeed walking if they so choose to.
Okay, thanks. So if we go point 6, I do have actually but I have got that in the written evidence, and we've talked about it quite a lot now. So I don't know if there's any real point in discussing bus services any further, unless you disagree and you think there is. Mr. Tivy, I'll ask you first.
I just the comment about Freeport.
Yeah.
I believe, and I will stand to be corrected, but I believe the bus goes past the aforementioned Park Drive Industrial Estate, down Skits Hill to Rose Hill, and then heads up towards Braintree Town. So I mean, Freeport Factory Village itself would probably, I reckon, half a mile from Rosehill. I mean, I couldn't tell you where the stops are, but I suppose all I'm trying to say is that the bus doesn't stop outside Freeport. And unless I can be corrected on the route of that bus.
Yeah, I mean, it stops outside Park Drive Industrial Estate, and then there's a pedestrian route through the industrial estate, crosses the river through an area of housing directly adjacent to Freeport, and then you're within Freeport itself and at Freeport rail station. I believe that route is approximately 600 metres. I haven't measured it exactly.
But just to be clear, all the services that stop at Braintree, Freeport and Cressing are all the same. So it's essentially the service, as I understand it, comes from London, stops at all of them, and then stops back at them within about 15 minutes. So it arrives at Braintree, and then essentially driver gets out, goes back. So the service essentially from Cressing, for example, I think it arrives about 10 to the hour, and then arrives back towards London about 10 past the hour. So they're all the same services. So as I mentioned about the distance from the bus terminus being 300 metres, sounds more preferable. Is perfectly accessible from the bus terminus of the 21, and there is ample time. I think there's about 25 minutes or so. Mr. Tivy raised about that connection, but that again, in my view, that's ample time to get off the bus, walk to the railway station, buy yourself a ticket, and get yourself on that train. And so I think that's a suitable option, and again gives people to do travel by multimodal journeys in a sustainable way.
Mum, can I just point out, I was trying to find the railway timetable in some of the core documents, and I couldn't see it. I'm hoping Mr. Cronshaw can correct me, and it was just me having a proverbial man look. But in terms of buses arriving at the bus park, the 6:28. There's one that arrives at 6:28, and the train leaves Braintree Station at 6:40, so that's 12 minutes. That's a reasonable wait. The 6:58 bus, you've got to wait until 7:26 until the train departs. 7:58 bus gets in, the train departs at 8:11, so that's only 13-minute wait. And then the 8:33 bus, you've got to wait till 9 o'clock before the train departs. So yeah, I mean, I agree in terms of probably 50% of the morning. I haven't looked into the actually, no, I have got some figures in terms of the arrival times as well, but I think probably, and this is a crude estimation, but probably about 50% of the times one would have a reasonable wait between getting off the bus and for the train to depart the station, and vice versa. But I go back to my previous example of, I think if one was in Black Notley, certainly if I lived in Black Notley and I wanted to catch the train, I'd jump in my car and drive to Witham. I wouldn't use Braintree railway station, particularly bearing in mind that it's only approximately an hourly service.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, does the Pat want to come back on that?
Just a very brief one on the drive to Witham. The rail station parking at Witham, if you arrive at peak times, is £8.80 per day. I think that would be quite a significant deterrent to driving to Witham when you have options of rail stations much closer that can be accessed by other means.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'd necessarily agree that the parking fee is a deterrent. Greater Anglia are proposing to deck the car park at Witham Station because of the level of demand, and there's significant problems with traffic management within the town because of commuters parking. So there's quite extensive parking restrictions through the town to manage that. And that, as Mr. Tivy said, is not particularly because of Witham residents driving to the station. It's because there's quite a lot of people driving in from sort of rural hinterland around it to access the service, because you're straight onto the main line. And whereas the Braintree branch line has an hourly service when it runs, and it is prone to service failures for various reasons, being a branch line, Witham Station is much more attractive in terms of frequency and reliability of connections.
Thank you. Anything else to say on that?
I mean, just very briefly again, it's I can't speculate on exactly who's parking at Whittam station, but I'd suggest that if you've got a rail station much closer by, I would think an £8.80 parking fee and lack of free parking through traffic management nearby would be a sufficient deterrent in most cases if there is an alternative station that you can access.
Right. Thanks. Okay, so I think I might have the evidence on this yet. I mean, I have been sent it now, so but I haven't read it yet because I haven't had time. But this is about the contribution to school transport services. I've been provided with that by the council. I haven't, so I'll have to have a look at that. But I don't know whether the appellant wants to, because there was the query over whether it was reasonable and necessary in terms of the planning obligation.
Sorry, Mum, just to ask a question of you. You say you've been sent evidence. I was just wanted to clarify what you meant by that.
Well, I think I have, or maybe, sorry, I might be getting it mixed up with another. Sorry, I could be getting it mixed up. I just remember getting a whole load of SIL compliance stuff the other day.
Mum, unfortunately you haven't received that from us as yet.
Oh right, okay.
Obviously you'll receive that in good time for Friday's discussion. But
right, okay.
I can assure you and the appellants that nothing has been submitted as yet.
All right.
Mr. Jones is smiling.
I did say I hadn't even looked at it yet, but I thought something had come in. So yes, right, okay. So in terms of that, start off with that.
Mum, I'll explain our position if that would assist, and then the council can hopefully respond. During determination of the application, the county council, in their policy and the policies in the core documents within the transport section, my understanding of what they ask for and what their policy is that they ask for transport contributions for primary school children to the nearest school as the crow flies, and as the crow flies from the appeal site, the nearest school is Cressing, on the other side of the railway line. Accepting Mr. Tivvy's points there about there not being a safe and accessible walk to Cressing via Bulford Lane. They asked for that. We said, is it necessary given the catchment school is John Ray Infant and Junior School, which is on the edge of Braintree and within the statutory walk distances set out by the 1996 Education Act, as well as considering the improvements that we're now putting forward through Mr. Cronshaw. So my understanding is that Essex policy is transport to nearest primary school, regardless of whether they have a safe route to the catchment school. And in our view, aided by those highway works, there is a safe route to the catchment school. So we've left it in there. The council and the county council, around the time the council considered it at planning committee, suddenly withdrew the request. It's not 100% clear why they're diverging from their policy, but we have left it in, given that if you deem it to meet the SIL test, Ma'am, there's a blue pencil clause within the unilateral undertaking. You can strike it out should you allow the appeal and not deem it to be necessary. But again, it gives the option that children can either go to the catchment school via the routes proposed, or they can be transported to Cressing Primary School through that contribution.
Okay, thanks. I don't know whether that's Mr. Jones or Mr. Tibby that wants to.
I was going to ask if Mr. Jones wanted to respond on that, as he's been leading on the planning obligations.
Yes, I can. So just to add to what Mr. Carvell was saying there, he's quite right. The original consultation response from the Education Authority did request that contribution and referred to the children going to Cressing or Silver End schools. When we were in the process of working through the application and looking at what heads of terms would be required for a 106 obligation, we did ask the Education Authority to explain that or justify that, given that there was a walk-in route to the John Ray School, and it's at that point when we challenged them on it, because we obviously needed to be satisfied it was a reasonable request, but they chose to withdraw it. I can't add any more than Mr. Carville said about, you know, that their policy says one thing and perhaps they've done something different in this case. It's not really for us to determine how they apply their policy. All I can do is explain that we challenged them on it because on the face of it, it didn't seem appropriate to be requesting the contribution, and we were concerned about seal compliance, and it was at that point the Education Authority confirmed they would withdraw their request.
Okay, that's really useful. Thanks. I don't know, the appellant, do you want anything to...
No, just to assist you, Ma'am. In my proof of evidence at Appendix 3, there is a more detailed response given on the 4th of November, because we'd asked this question as to why is the request being dropped, essentially because we couldn't on the consultation provided, it just said, you know, we request, and then it was dropped with no explanation. And then some information was given by the Essex County Council, and that's in Appendix 3 to my evidence, which talks about carrying out a desktop inspection and looking at the routes and whether there is something available. So it sets it out there. But as I say, it's in the new undertaking as it remains part of the council's policy in terms of transport to school. But again, I think Mr. Jones said there was a safe walking route to school in his response there.
Thanks.
I think that's the view that the County Council took. So the Educational Authority obviously make their own assessment of walking routes to school, and they'll have their own criteria, make their own judgments on that. So that would be their call to make as to what was a safe route. We're looking at it in a more sort of general term in terms of planning, as Mr. Tivy said in his evidence, about what we think is appropriate and an attractive walking route for parents and children to walk to school.
Yeah, and I did hear that, and we discussed about whether there's a highway objection to it, so I don't want to go back to that. Okay, so in terms of the other villages, and it is an important point, and we'll see how we get, but this can be addressed in the planning balance. So development allocated or allowed by the council in other villages, and would they be in third tier villages in the Braintree District Draft Section 2 local plan? So that basically, do we have any evidence? Because the appellant is saying that other schemes have been allowed in similar villages too.
Ma'am, in answer to your question, Cressing, Gosfield and Ridgewell are third tier villages in the Section 2 local plan. I do need to point out though that they do all have primary schools within them. I think that's the key difference between those villages and Black Notley.
Okay. Sorry, just repeat the names of those villages again, please.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Cressing.
Yeah.
Gosfield, which is GOS field, all one word. And you're probably familiar with the name Ridgewell, because I know it's been referred to in Mr. Carville's proof a few times.
Okay, so they are in the third tier, the lowest tier.
Yes, yeah. The other villages in the core strategy, which are Finchingfield, Great Bardfield, and Great Yeldham, become second tier villages.
Okay, just sorry, I'm just finishing writing some notes, and then I'll ask you to repeat.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
When you're ready.
Okay, so sorry, if you just repeat those later ones.
Yeah, the second tier villages in the Section 2 local plan are Finchingfield.
Yeah.
Great Bardfield.
Yeah.
And Great Yeldham.
So they are second tier in the draft plan.
Yes.
Were in the lowest other villages before in the current plan, is that right?
So all of those villages that I've cited, including Cressing, Gosfield and Ridgewell, are deemed other villages in the core strategy.
Right.
But they've been split out. Cressing, Gosfield and Ridgewell have been included within the new bottom tier, if you like, the third tier, which is the same for Black Notley.
Okay. Right. Okay, that's a very clear answer. Thanks. So do you want to make any comments on that, Mr. Carvel?
Yes, ma'am. Just to assist you, it might help. In my proof, it's page 34 of the PDF and paginated number 26. There is a list there of settlements in the third tier. And I have to admit there's probably a slight error in that. In the Earl's Colne appears in the settlement hierarchy. This is with reference to the settlement hierarchy in the core strategy. Earl's Colne appears in both key service villages and the lowest tier. So and I think it should just appear in the top in the second tier. So largely you can ignore Earl's Colne, but for the rest of them, that sets out some approvals that have been made either at committee or appeal within the lowest tier. And then I think, as Mr. Tivy has highlighted to you, within the Section 2 plan, or the emerging plan, there is allocations at Cressing, Ridgewell and Wethersfield that are currently in the bottom tier that are proposed allocations.
Yeah, thanks.
And within my proof on the next page, I specifically talk about Ridgewell, which, as Mr. Tivy points out, does have a primary school. And then I make reference to it's got, other than that, it's got limited services. There is no convenience store. There is one bus a day that's essentially a school service to other parts of Essex, travelling to Saffron Walden and Newport, but that is one bus a day each way and is a school service. And just talking about access to other services, and then in terms of reference was made earlier about travel to services, including the supermarket. In order to access those facilities, the superstores, if you like, where people are likely to do their large weekly shops, are only in the top tier, which is Braintree with Great Notley and Bocking, Halstead and Witham. There are small supermarkets, generally co-op convenience stores within the key service centres. But in order for people to access superstores, where they like to do their biggest weekly shops rather than convenience or top-up shops, everyone outside the top tier has to travel to a larger settlement, which is those top three, with Braintree, Witham and Halstead. So in order to prove Devon anywhere else, people have to travel. Should they choose to do their weekly shop by car or however, they have to travel to the top tier. And this council chooses to allocate growth and permit growth outside the top tier.
Okay. Right, those answers were useful from both parties, thanks. I don't have any more questions, so unless there's anything you might want to add.
No, thank you, Mum. Not from myself. I don't know whether Mr. Jones has anything else to add.
No.
I think you're silent. You're on mute.
It's okay. I can see your head.
No. Sorry.
Right. Mr. Carvel, Mr. Cronshaw.
No, we're very happy. Thank you, Mum.
Nothing more.
Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, so,
Thank you.
and I don't think that there's no members of the public joined. Okay, thanks very much. So, and that means this afternoon it will be housing, land supply. So we need to talk about how much time everybody, well, the appellant needs to consider the late evidence, and I need to consider it as well. So, and we need some time just to have a break too. Are the advocates here? I don't know whether they want to jump in. If they are.
Hello, I am, madam. Perhaps Mr. Robson would like to indicate how much his team would need to review those documents first.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, as you say, the purpose of the break is to eat, to take a rest from the screens, to rest eyes, and to go through the documents. I think if we were to come back, say 2:15, that would allow us to take a break, not look at screens for a little bit, and to eat some food, then to go back to screens to consider the documents.
Yeah. So what did you say? 2:15.
2:15.
Yeah. So that would give us an hour and a half. So that sounds reasonable to me. Dr. Bowes, I presume that's okay with the council. Yeah.
Certainly, we're well on track, I think, to complete within the allocated 4 days. So I don't have any objection to that at all, madam, if that's
okay
to you.
Right, okay, that's good. All right, so I'll adjourn now and see everybody back at 2:15. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to confirm there aren't any members of the public here. I can just see 4 people, I think. Yeah, okay. All right, so, sorry, I'm just going to get my notes up. Right, so for this roundtable discussion, first of all, can I just confirm about the sites in dispute? I know the appellant is contesting the first 2 sites, and then they mentioned 2 more, but the appellant is kind of seems sort of not too bothered about them, but it's not entirely clear whether they're being contested. So,
sorry, Ma'am, just before we get into that, I just want to make sure, just 2 housekeeping points, please, if I may. The first is that we're joined, you may see a new face on the screen, Mr. Rhys Tupper.
Oh, hello.
Who will wave now, unless you can. There we go. 2 non-bearded members of the team now, who will be assisting Mr. Carville. Mr. Tupper's an assistant planner at Gladman Developments Limited.
Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted, I think probably to assist your note, and then Dr. Bowes and I, when it comes to closing, to have inquiry document numbers agreed.
Yes.
We had ID1 as my opening, ID2 as Dr. Bowes' opening. It was then to give ID numbers to the late evidence on supply that was raised this morning.
Okay, just bear with me 1 second. I'm just making a note. So ID1 is for your opening, is that right?
My opening, yes. ID2 would be Dr. Bowes.
Yeah.
And then it's the order in which Dr. Bowes would like his, if he has a preference indeed.
It's too late on in the year to care about preference. However you'd like to order them, Madam, I'll just make a note so they're consistent, referencing purposes, but entirely question.
Okay, right, I'll just have to, let me just open them up. So this is, it's just a housing land supply, isn't it? The evidence that came in yesterday, the numbering for that. I don't think there's been anything else, has there? That received during the inquiry? No. Okay. Right, fine. Okay, so I'll just go through them in the order that they're downloaded onto my computer. So I'll call it ID 3 for the appeal decision 3207411. Actually, I'll do the appeal decisions in order. So then we'll go to the Lytton for ID4. We'll have the Lytton Way appeal decision. I'm just going to get I'm going to open it to get the number up. So that is 3255692. And then we have the South Oxfordshire decision. And that's 3272377. So that'll be ID 5. And then if we go to the L&Q estates document for ID 6. And ID 7 would be start to finish. Let me just open that to get a proper title. Okay, sorry, I'm just moving things around my screen so I can see and type at the same time. ID7, start to finish. Should we just call that second edition? And then, yeah, it's Lichfield. So start to finish, second edition, Lichfields. Is that enough detail for you both?
That's very helpful, thank you, Ma'am.
Okay, and then there's another one. So then we've got the, I don't know whether this needs to be a document. It's the housing delivery test results. That's something that's, I'll put it in anyway, but that's something that's, it's public, it's a public document, but I can list it, ID8. So that should be it. Just let me check how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Okay. So that's all of them.
Thank you.
Right. So okay, we'll go back to what I was saying about the sites in dispute. So if the appellant could just confirm which sites they're disputing out of those 4 that you've gone into detail about.
Yes, Mum. So it's the first 2 in my reply note, and then in the same order that Inspector Sabu considered them in their decision, which I think is CD 6.6. So it's Land East to Broad Road and Towerlands Park.
Okay, so we'll take them in those order. Thanks. Okay. All right, I'll just refer to my notes about those 2 sites. So it's got, so if we take the, are we happy to talk about the first one, Land East of Broad Road now?
Yes, Mum.
Okay. Right, so that one, it's got, so it has outline planning permission. A developer performer has been submitted. There's section 106 that's been agreed, and some discharge of some conditions have been discharged already. There's a site-wide design guide. I'm not sure what that is, so perhaps Ms. Sorry, is it Mrs. or Miss or Ms? Ms. Carpenter, could you explain to me what the site-wide design guide is, please?
Well, Mum, it helps pave the way to make it simpler for the reserve matter submission and to give clarity. So it provides quite a bit of guidance on what is expected in the layout and the design and house types and so on. So it is the opposite in the sense of an outline permission where everything's reserved and it's just a red line around a map.
Okay, so is that something that the developer has produced or the council?
It's something that's been agreed with the developer, Ma'am. So obviously in the course of negotiations and that's agreed. Obviously we had the pre-application discussions before and then where we gave a steer and then the outline planning application, Ma'am.
So what's the status of that site-wide design guide?
Well, Mum, it does form part of the outline consent and therefore the reserve matters would need to comply with that unless if they sought a variation from that, then they would need to agree that with us. I don't know if if in terms of detailed development management, then I know my colleague Neil Jones is listening in on this, and he spoke this morning, and he could give you more detail on the technical aspects of it, Mum.
Okay, I would just like to know, is it sort of secured by means of a condition? If Mr. Jones could answer that. Or if maybe it's appended to your evidence.
So I don't know if Neil doesn't realise he's on mute, perhaps.
I'm just trying to phone Neil, Mr. Jones.
Okay, thanks. I'm just referring to a document, so you've got a bit of time to do that while I look up my document. Right, so it should be in Appendix 2. But there are a lot of conditions. Or maybe he can get back to me.
Yes, I mean, I know, Mum, on page 3 of the Section 106 agreement, then that does refer to the design guide, meaning the outline design guide prepared by Barton Wilmot and dated August 2019 as approved by condition 2, Mum. So it is tied in to by condition.
Right, okay, so if I'm looking at condition 2, it says the submission of reserved matters.
Sorry, Mum, I can't currently get through to him on the telephone, but I'll keep trying.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so the condition 2 defines the scope of the development, and then it refers to a design code.
It should demonstrate, yes, Mum. It should demonstrate compliance with it. Yes, Mum.
Right, okay, let's get the terminology right. So design code listed above, so that's in the plans. Location plan. Right, okay, so that's the Straits Mill outline design code that you're referring to, I think. Is that one? Okay, let me just make a reference to that. Right, got that many documents, so I don't know whether everybody else gets slightly confused with all the documents on screens or whether it's just me. But anyway, so this is the Straits Mill outline design code, and then we need to find the actual status of that. So it's referred to in the plans condition, and then again in condition 2, which defines the scope of development. It shall demonstrate compliance with the approved plans and the design code. So that's already been done as part of the outline.
It has, Mum. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's probably as much detail as I need at this point on that, although I haven't seen the design code itself and how detailed that might be. I don't think you've sent that.
I thought I possibly sent more than enough paper through already, but we can provide that obviously if you wish us to do that.
Yeah, the point, the reason I'm asking about it is because of I'm trying to see how much progress the developer has made in respect of this site, because from what I understand, Reserved Matters hasn't been submitted.
No, Ma'am. Discussions are underway on Reserved Matters at the moment for the first phase with a major developer, but obviously at this stage there's a limit to what we could say about that because we have to respect the confidentiality of the pre-application discussions at the point, and that's as part of the due diligence process of that developer.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Carpenter, in terms of getting this development sort of in the ground, is there anything else that you've got that shows progress on it?
Well, we have had the master developer L&Q have submitted. They've got a live phasing condition, discharge of condition, and so they're actively moving the site forward. And they're in discussions. They're working with the county council on the design, the details, the specification for the improvement to the Marks Farm roundabout, which is off-site, and so on. So that is going forward now.
So when you talk about the phasing condition, has something has been discharged on that?
They have a, well, it's discharge of condition application, which is relation to phasing. That hasn't been discharged yet. It's been submitted recently, and so that is part of the work that's going ahead now. So they're retaining, because they're the master developer on it, and their business model, which is why we submitted to help clarify the information about L&Q. Their business model is, as master developer, that they work on the major sites of putting in the infrastructure, sorting that out, and then selling off, phasing different phases of it to developers. And as I say, they're in discussions and negotiations with a national house builder about the first phase. We're in discussions with them and so on. So that process is obviously underway.
Okay. So they put the infrastructure in terms of what the road highway infrastructure that you've just mentioned about roundabout.
Yes, that's right. It is a mixed use development as well. So there is land for a school. There's some employment in another part of the site and so on. So they will deal with that. They'll deal with the access work and so on for the site, all of that sort of thing. And then they're selling off service land to developers. And they confirmed to us, by virtue of the recent completed pro forma, it is still their intention that they envisage the site as having 2 outlets operational at any one time. It'd be a twin outlet site, so a site of 1,000 dwellings, and obviously it can accommodate at least 2 developers on the site.
Okay, so that's what you mean by a twin outlet, is the two developers. Do they have they haven't actually sold it to any developer yet? No,
Ma'am. The pre-application discussions that we're having with the volume builder, then that is part of their standard due diligence process, that they iron things out before they purchase the site. So the discussions are underway. but they don't exchange on it until they've satisfied themselves.
Okay. Right. So in terms of the infrastructure, that's being discussed with other departments at the council, but it hasn't been provided yet. But it's being discussed.
It hasn't been provided yet. Yes, the details of it are being discussed with Essex County Council Highways, in terms of the highways points, and the outline permission was only granted at the end of March of this year, so it's fairly recent, obviously, for work to have started to have got underway. But we did. The point was put as to we hadn't provided information on how we assessed. We reviewed the information that we were getting in on projected delivery, or if we'd made an estimate, and that's why we submitted start to finish. So we compared it to that in terms of the lead time, not only the delivery rates but the lead time. And for a site of that size, then the lead time is sort of consistent with what it says in start to finish, is consistent with the trajectory that is now provided by L&Q Estates.
Okay, right, thanks.
So just to be specific about that, so what they say in their report is that they found that the average lead time from an outline permission to the start of completions for a site in the 1,000 to 1,499 dwellings size, and of course this site is right at the bottom end of that range, it's 2.5 years, which would take completions to starting in November 2023, and based on the trajectory provided by L&Q, the council project completions now starting in late 23-24. With a reduced first year, as is often the case, followed by 2 full years of delivery. So we did sort of test that against sort of average to see whether their projection appeared reasonable.
So sorry, the average time from getting outline planning permission to
the start of completions.
Which completion? Sorry.
The start of dwelling completions on a site in that size range.
So when you say dwelling completions, do you mean the start, when they finish the first house, or is that what you mean?
Well, it's when they finish the first house or first group of houses, however many they do. So it's when dwelling completions start coming through, and it says 2.5 years.
Right, okay. Okay, and they're saying, and how many houses, can you just confirm how many houses you think this would add to the, or you include in the housing land supply?
Well, we have taken the L&Q, having done that sort of comparison, we've taken the L&Q figures now, so we've reduced it from the Barton Wilmore earlier figure of 320 to 270, because they're saying 60 dwellings in the first year and followed by 2 years of delivery at 105. And again, we checked that against Lichfields, and the Lichfields research indicate for a site of this size, then the overall average is 9% of capacity, which is 90 dwellings per annum, and higher for sites with 30% affordable housing, and for greenfield sites. And we've given the references in Lichfields as to where that is found. Most of the residential part of the site, Ma'am, is greenfield. There is discussion in the reports and so on of it having contamination. That part is an old industrial area in the northern part of the site, Ma'am, which is for non-residential uses. It would be for commercial uses. So the residential part of the site isn't affected by that work, Mum. So, as I said, the L&Q are planning on the basis of they envisage it being 2 outlets, and the Litchfields report, which also refers to the Letwin report within it, found you get increased average delivery rates to an overall average of 51 dwellings per annum per outlet with a twin outlet one, or 102. Well, they take each factor. The Litchfields report takes each factor individually. You can't come up. It doesn't provide a sort of a matrix that if you put this factor in and this factor in. So on top of that twin outlet aspect, we've also got it's 30% affordable housing, which boosts it, and it's the residential is greenfield and so on, and it's a strong market area, compared to which they use as a proxy for that, the local housing affordability ratios as a guide to that. So if they come up as the overall average with a twin outlet of site of 102, then going up to 105, obviously the first year at 60 and then proceeding at 105, I viewed that as consistent, really.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask the appellant now. So to start with, the council are claiming 270 dwellings, and you've referred to that in your evidence. How many dwellings does the appellant think that this site can contribute to the 5-year housing land supply?
Based on the evidence, Ma'am, I don't include any in that. There's evidence of a realistic prospect of it coming forward. Nothing has moved on, Ma'am, since the time of Inspector Sabu's decision. The council's referred you to a few things in terms of trying to move the position forward. It is true that a new trajectory has been provided by L&Q, which is Appendix 1, I think, Appendix 1 to Ms. Carpenter's evidence that she's produced. Within that pro forma, there is no evidence of L&Q putting in the infrastructure. As Ms. Carpenter told you a second ago, in section 2 of that statement, so it's the second page of Appendix 1 to Ms. Carpenter's evidence. It says, Section 2, question 2E, how many developers do you anticipate will deliver the site? And it says unknown. The first word is unknown. And then likely to be 2 house builders at any one time. So within this first point, I would have thought that if L&Q were providing any infrastructure, they would have told us, because that infrastructure that the council claimed that L&Q are going to put in through that oral evidence that you heard there, you would have thought they would have told us that there. And there is none of it. There is none of it in that evidence.
Right. So I'm just going back to that appendix now. So was this section 2 availability? Was that the bit you're?
Yes. Sorry, that's correct.
Sorry, I hadn't got to it as quickly as you did. So
sorry. I do apologise for going too quickly. Sorry.
That's okay. I should have spoken earlier. So that's 2E. How many developers do you anticipate will deliver the site? And it says unknown, likely to be 2 house builders at any one time.
That's correct. Yes. So yes, to say so. Within this whole document, that's basically the only reference you get to some sort of anticipated delivery. The councils, as I say, in its oral evidence, has told you that L&Q are going to put in this infrastructure, but it isn't mentioned within this pro forma at all.
Where would it be on the pro forma, apart from maybe there?
That's. I think that's my point, Ma'am. Is that if they under ownership on the first page, L&Q tell us they are a developer, and they don't know which developers are going to put in this evidence, this infrastructure. They've clearly told us that they don't know who's going to put it in. within that pro forma.
Right. So I'm just reading the actual detail. So your point is that they're saying they don't know who the developer is and therefore infrastructure can't be put in.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to leave the screen momentarily. They've set up an energy saving thing where I'm plunged into darkness periodically.
Okay.
Somebody
That's
must have
fine.
thought it was a very good idea, Mum.
Yeah, no worries. We'll just pause a minute so Ms. Carpenter doesn't miss anything.
Apologies.
Okay, so you're saying that the people who would put in the infrastructure would have been named on this performer. Is that the point you're making?
Yes, in the round, but I'm saying there is no clear evidence that that is going to come forward. As I said, there has been no clear evidence throughout any of these documents as to how that infrastructure is going to come forward or by whom. The Litchfield report is a general overview of delivery of lots of sites all across the country. The council hasn't referred you here to any local or specific sites that says, as a result of these types of infrastructure, that is going to come forward in this trajectory. Simply, there is no evidence of who is going to deliver the infrastructure or even the dwellings.
Okay, so Ms. Carpenter, in terms of you've told me that the developer is in negotiation with the local highway authority.
One of the developers, no, oh yes, the master developer is, yes. What I was going to say was, as I thought I'd made a point before, the infrastructure is put in by L&Q as the master developer, and as I say on what we've downloaded from their website, their current website, that is their business model. That is how they operate the site. So they will put in the strategic infrastructure and so on. They deal with that, and then they provide serviced land to parcels land to developers. And the discussions about reserve matters that are going on with the developer would be the first developer coming forward and they don't know what they're saying. My interpretation is that they don't know how many in total developers there will be on that site, and I wouldn't expect them to know at this stage unless they'd sold off all of the phases right at the start, because clearly it's going to be developed over a number of years. But what they're saying is they anticipate it being, it's likely to be a site like that, it's likely to be 2 house builders at any one time. But it would be multiple developers, they anticipate, with 2 active at any one time, but they are the master developer who put in the infrastructure.
But they don't put in the reserve matters application.
No, Mum, no. For the residential development, no, they wouldn't be. That would be the housing developers who purchased that part of the site, Mum.
And in terms of this discussion, so discussions are underway with other the house builders, and the infrastructure is being discussed with the local highway authority by the master developer, but there's no sort of hard evidence before this inquiry in terms of those discussions taking place. It's
no, Mum. I would point out as well, because the Earls Cohen decision, Inspector Sabu's decision, has been submitted in evidence, and as that this is what the position, as if that is what the position is, and in neither the appellant nor Inspector Sabu deducted all 320, which was the then forecast from that site. So they deducted 160, reducing it to 160. So they were accepting the principle of it being deliverable. So they accepted that 160 would come forward, but she felt there was we hadn't submitted information on the Section 106 agreement and the permission. We hadn't put that before her, and therefore we tried to address that by putting out the current information on the site, and we can see that it is being progressed. It's being marketed. We're having discussions with the developer who's in negotiation to purchase the first phase of it prior to reserve matters being put in, and L&Q showing their retained interest in the site and progressing it, have put in the discharge of conditions for the phasing plan. So that to me indicates, that activity is taking place. This isn't, Mum, a situation where that planning permission, that outline consent was granted 3 years ago and nothing has happened.
Right. So originally the council said that was going to provide 320 dwellings. Then Inspector Sabu halved it to 160. So Inspector Sabu must have thought that something would come of it. But so can I ask the appellant why you're saying it's 0 now?
Ma'am, I don't know if you have a copy of Inspector Sabu's decision before you. It's CD 6.6.
Yeah, I'm going to get it up. Just bear with me. Sorry, what number was it?
CD 6.6. And then it's page 7 of the PDF, paragraph 49 and 50 on this site.
Okay. Paragraph 49 and 50. Yeah, okay. I'm there.
There's obviously 2 paragraphs there. In the second half of the first paragraph, it says, moreover, given the size of the scheme for around 1,000 dwellings, the reserve matters application would likely to be submitted in phases. In addition, it is likely that delivery of housing would be dependent on infrastructure, the details of which have not been provided. I acknowledge the forecast of housing number from a site promoter. We don't have the evidence that Inspector Sabu considered there, but I take inference from that is L&Q and not a house builder from a site promoter. Sorry, it goes on to say that. However, this was not completed by the developer currently purchasing the site. Furthermore, I note that the phasing strategy was submitted to the council and the council's directory reflects national and local data. However, notwithstanding pre-applications discussion, there is no clear evidence that housing completions would begin on the site within 5 years. So I take it as that they discounted that site. And in my view, what has changed since Inspector Sabu issued that decision? As we sit here before you, there is no reserve matters. There is still significant infrastructure to go in, which we don't have any details of. There is no purchaser. There is no reference to who's going to purchase the site. Ms. Carpenter said to you a moment ago that whilst it's unknown, because there's lots of phases, that somehow the developer wouldn't tell the council in evidence that it doesn't know for the whole thing, so therefore it's not going to tell you now. Well, I think that's patently unrealistic. If there was a developer purchasing the scheme and there was sufficient detail to tell us, particularly given the site is in phases, even if they're going to sell the 6th phase to an unknown developer at this stage, we would know who the first phase is going to. And the council has provided no evidence of that, and nothing has changed since Inspector Sabu's decision.
Okay, right. Okay, so
Mom,
just
could I just come back briefly? First,
yeah.
in terms of Inspector Sabu's decision, then yes, she says the forecast of housing completions from a site promoter. That actually isn't accurate, Mom. The forecast of completions that was before her was from Barton Wilmore, who were the agents for the application. And therefore this was not completed by the developer currently purchasing the site. What we have now is a revised forecast. We have gone to the master developer, Mom. There is not one developer for all of the residential development on all of the site, and I would not expect at this stage on a site of this size, bearing in mind the site will be sold off in phases, then L&Q would not know who all of the developers of all the phases on a site extending, where development extends. It's a site of 1,000 houses. We've got 270 indicated as being in the 5-year supply. The majority of that is projected to be developed after 2026. So it's not really relevant to me that they don't know at this stage who the developer would be of those phases. We do know who is in the process of purchasing phase 1A, and that is who we've had the pre-application discussions with. I'm in some difficulty in terms of I can't provide documentary evidence of that because at this stage they're confidential. And the firm that do it, it is their practice to do due diligence in that way and to not provide information on site forecasts and to not purchase the site until they've gone through all that process and it's sort of nailed down. But in terms of what was before the Inspector Sabu, then she didn't have the information that we have now provided, not only on the Section 106 agreement, but on the infrastructure, on what would be required at which point, at how many completions can happen before the improvement to a roundabout, for example. That is the information that we have now put in that is before you now. So it isn't just a question, Ma'am, of what has changed since then. It's a question of information that we did not put in at that point. This is a draft emerging draft allocation site that was discussed as a strategic location, the Section 2 examination, but it has outline permission, it has a master developer, and the site is, we see evidence, Ma'am, of the site coming forward.
So you're saying that it's now got a site promoter, but it didn't at the time?
Well, Ma'am, I don't regard L&Q as a site promoter. A site promoter is somebody like Gladman, and you know, it's understood the role that land promoters do have a role in the process. We understand that, but L&Q are a master developer. They don't just sell a site on. They are involved actively in putting in the infrastructure, bringing the site forward. The site, Mum, as we discussed at the Section 2 examination, in which Gladman Developments, the appellant, did participate, the site was actually a runner-up in, I think it's an RTPI planning award thing, and L&Q are very proud of this site and having achieved it and brought it forward, and are publicising it and publicising how they bring sites forward, what their business model is. So it isn't just a case of they get permission for a site and then, well, they haven't sold it on to somebody yet. Okay. They are involved actively.
Right, so if I could go back to the appellant and if you could respond to that point that there was only a site promoter / agent available, but now they have a master developer. That's the change in circumstances. That's the council's point, not mine.
Yes, Ma'am. Just to assist you, in terms of it's shown in the within Miss Carpenter's evidence. I think it's the Section 106 agreement. So I think it's Appendix 3 to Miss Carpenter's evidence, and you can see there. So I'll let you get there.
Yeah. Okay. Just which appendix was that for? That was probably 1, wasn't it? Yeah, that was 1. So just so I know which way to scroll. Right, now I've got the.
Sorry, my Appendix 2. Sorry, there's a. So it's Appendix 2. There's a couple of covering sheets, and then you get the Section 106 agreement. And I was referring to the Section 106 agreement, which is the 3rd page of Appendix 2.
What have you got that in PDF? Do you know what page PDF it is?
Mum, it's shown on my PDF as page 51.
Okay, thanks. I'm nearly there then. I'm really sorry about this, but I don't like working from home, and I would have got an office somewhere, but because I've got some pets that are quite distracting. Do you mind if I just move for just 1 minute and sort out this cat, because he's really distracting me and I'm worried he's going to do something.
We love that in the Teams meeting. That always wins us over when we see the cat.
I'll just sort him out, but just you hold on and I'll be back in a minute. Right, sorry about that. It was either I couldn't listen to him rip up my furniture, so I had to feed him. Okay, so I've got to the Section 106 obligation.
Sorry, Mum. After all that, I think actually this may have been my fault. I think Mr. Carville wants to go to the planning permission, which is electronic page 24.
Yeah. Okay, got there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to assist you, Ma'am, there, you can obviously see when the date received the planning application was July 2018, and you can see the applicant there is Gallagher Estates Limited. And now, as I think the document that, sorry, just while you're on that document, in approved plans you have other there, and that's the design code document that was referred to earlier. So that design code document has been around for a long time. So that is an approved plan as part of this outline planning application. And now Gallagher Estates are a promoter. They have since been purchased by L&Q. But the document that they referred you to in terms of what I think it's an extract from the website. I'm not quite sure. Ms. Carpenter might be able to assist a bit more. But primarily that document tells you that they primarily build affordable homes and they sell land to generate returns to invest in their housing association, essentially. They do assemble land as set on page 1 and promote secure planning and deliver infrastructure. But on the evidence they've given you, Gallagher Estates for the applicant, who are a land promotion company, the onus is on the council to provide you with that clear evidence. Now it's L&Q, and L&Q don't know who the land promoter are. There are some negotiations, but there is no clear evidence of that before you or before anybody as to how those units are going to be delivered on site or by whom. This is about this 270 units that the council included in the supply is about the delivery of houses. It is not about the delivery of infrastructure. Yes, infrastructure enables delivery of houses, but we have no evidence of how the infrastructure is going to be provided or by whom, or then who's going to deliver these 270 houses. So before you and before this inquiry, there is nothing to tell you how or by whom this is going to be delivered. And that's for those reasons, it's why I discount those dwellings from the supply.
Right, thanks. I just want to clear another matter up, going back to the appeal decision where Inspector Sabu has put figures next to each site. So for this one, I think she had 160, but I'm not sure whether that was what was claimed or what she gave. No, but Mum, at that point, with based on information we've been given from Barton Wilmore, the agent, we had it in as a site of scheduled to produce 320 completions over the 5-year period, and the appellant disputed not the principle of whether it would deliver completions, but the quantum, and said that it would only be 160, that it would be a longer lead time, and so it should go down to 160, and 160 being half of that supply, that meant it was deducting the 160, and therefore the element of the supply that was disputed on that site was 160, and that is what Inspector Sabu has deducted. Right, so the council said, just let me recap on that. The council said it should be 320. The appellant said no, it should only be 160, and Inspector Sabu agreed with that. That's correct, Ma'am. Okay, thank you. But in this case, the appellant is saying it shouldn't. Well, in this case, the council's saying it's 270, but the appellant's saying 0. That's correct, Ma'am. Thanks. Okay.
Sorry, Ma'am, if I can just come back on Mr. Carvell's point there, just if it helps. So I was one of the planning officers that met with Gallagher Estates when they first spoke to the council about Land East of Broad Road, and they gave us a presentation which certainly explained they were a master developer. I'm not sure the evidence that Ms. Carpenter's submitted, but just looking at L&Q's website, it does actually provide information about Gallagher Estates before they were bought by L&Q. If I just read a very quick section, if it helps.
It's before me in evidence.
We can certainly submit it, but it just makes the point that Gallagher are a master developer that would go through the planning process from pre-application stage through securing planning consents before delivering service land to the marketplace. So that's very much how Gallagher operated, and that's how they're saying, or L&Q are saying, they continue to operate now that L&Q have purchased them. But we can certainly get that submitted, but I just thought that might be helpful. Yeah. Sorry to interject.
That's okay. I don't particularly want any more evidence, because I think I understand that, Mom, but actually that is in what has been submitted, which I downloaded from, I printed off from the L&Q website, which explains how they deal with infrastructure delivery, how they deal with bringing that site forward. That is all before you in what has been submitted and has been obviously provided to the appellants, Mum. So that's in the L&Q, the documents that I've already got. I'll look at that then, thanks, rather than take anything else. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think possibly I've heard enough on that site, but if anybody has anything in addition to say, please do so. I'll ask the appellant first. Or if you want to give me some concluding remarks, it's up to you.
No, Mum, I think I've said everything I could possibly say about whether there's any evidence on this site. So nothing further to add specifically on that site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is that the same for you, Ms. Carpenter? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Right. We turn to Towerlands now. If you just bear with me while I just sort out my notes, won't take us too long. Okay, so for Towerlands Park, what I've written is there was no reserve matters at the time of the previous appeal decision, but since then, or not at the decision, but whenever the inspector heard it, reserve matters application was submitted on the 26th of October, is that right?
That is correct, Ma'am. And there's a planning performance agreement linked to the reserve matters, which plans for consideration by planning committee on the 25th of January 2022. We've also very recently received a further reserve matters application for the ecology habitat area in the north of the site, which is currently being validated, and that is known as phase 0. And reserve matters for phase 2 are currently being worked up by Dandara, who've bought the whole site. And the case officer has been advised that the council will be approached for a planning performance agreement on it shortly, which will start with the pre-application process. But bear in mind that although Dandara after we produced the housing land, we published the housing land original document for the roll forward of that year. The site was, shortly after permission was granted, was sold to Dandara, and then they gave us a completed pro forma when they came in for pre-application discussions on reserve matters. That was more than the 155 that we have in, but we've not sought to amend the figure that we have in the current 5-year supply period. So we've retained it at that figure. And phase 1, 167 dwellings that reserve matters are in, that is actually more than we have in for our current forecast from this site, which was 155. As I say, that's less than what Dandara have said, but we've retained, for the time being, we've retained our forecast at 155. So there is sufficient reserve matters now in for all of what we have in the 5-year supply, and work is underway on the reserve matters for later, which isn't factored into our 5-year supply, Ma'am.
Okay, so you're claiming 155 dwellings on this.
That was our projection, Ma'am.
Okay. And is that, are all of those within phase 1?
Yes, Ma'am. Phase 1 is 167 dwellings. We now have the reserve matters in, so we can see that's 167 dwellings. And as I say, they have now. We tried to get something from the original landowner, site promoter, but we couldn't. So we had to make our own estimate of likely production, which was the 155. And we're subsequently in position of being able to secure a completed pro forma from the developer who's purchased the whole site. But the reserve matters is 167. We've only got 155 in our trajectory.
Okay, so phase 2 is that not any of any? That's not relevant though, is it?
No, it isn't. No, I mean, when we come to do the roll forward, depending on what the evidence is, it might start to come into it. But no, it's not in our current 5-year supply. No.
Okay. So if I go to the appellant, so the reserve matters is in, and Ms. Carpenter says that there is a planning performance agreement for that to be determined by next month.
Yes, Ma'am. It's to go to planning committee on the 25th of January 2022, Ma'am.
And has the agenda actually been?
No, Ma'am. our agenda isn't produced until it's published a week before the meeting, Mom.
What happens if, you know, you've got a planning performance agreement? What happens if you know, it doesn't get there in terms of the agreement?
I don't know if my colleague, Mr. James, knows the answer to that.
Yeah, so the money, a fee has been paid on the basis that we meet that agreement, so that gets absolute priority within the team in terms of getting there. If there is some reason that comes up which causes an unavoidable delay, then we can agree an extension with the developer, but we would have to agree that with the developer to avoid risk of having to return the fee. So the planning team are absolutely focused on hitting that committee date, Ma'am, and it would have quite significant implications for us in our budget if we had to return a fee for some reason.
Okay, thanks. I'm kind of asking out of interest because I didn't know how it actually works. Okay, I'll go to the appellant now.
Yes, ma'am. In this, in my note that I provided to you, happily accept that evidence has moved on since Inspector Sabu considered and issued their decision with regards to the reserved matters application that's come forward. So, and I note obviously what was just said there, and the intention is to take it to a January planning committee. There's obviously no guarantee of that, given the matters you just raised about there is no agenda produced yet. So we don't know for certain that's going to happen. But however, I accept that that is a material change in circumstances since Inspector Sabu's decision, and since the pro forma Appendix 6 to Miss Carpenter's evidence has been provided.
Sorry, can you just repeat what you just said then about the appendix?
Yes, sorry, I was just trying to find you an electronic. Ask my colleagues to provide the page number for you. That's sorry. That's. Ma'am, it's page 304 in the electronic copy of Miss Carpenter's proof.
Right, thank you. Okay, I've got to page 304.
So yes, ma'am, I think from what I can infer that whereas the previous site that we discussed, I think, is an updated pro forma for the purpose of this inquiry. This is this is an older one, given just generally sort of assuming by the dates given. It says at section 2F that it anticipates a reserve matters by September 21, 2021. So I assume that is being completed prior to the decision of Inspector Sabu. But ma'am, the point I really want to take you to in this one is section 3 on achievability.
Okay, yeah.
And the question is, are there current barriers / delaying / preventing development? And Dan Dara, who I accept are a house builder and have put in the reserve matters planning application, have said there are no restrictions to getting on site, assuming that the reserve matters goes through, and presumably they've discharged all their conditions, which again obviously has to go through the process of with the council. I don't know if there's any details within the PPA, given that it hasn't been provided about whether there's any timescales on that, so I can't advise you on that. But obviously I note that what Ms Carpenter said about the site going to planning committee. But within this section it says there is a restriction with the section 106 agreement which limits occupations to 50 dwellings until the link road is put in place on the adjacent development site. In the event that this is not put in place, it will be necessary to seek a variation to this obligation to ensure continued delivery of the site. And Mum, it is my understanding that the adjacent site is a planning application, not by Dandara. So that link road is not within the control of Dandara. So if there's any delay to that particular site coming forward, Dandara are not going to be able to occupy more than 50 dwellings unless there is a variation to the obligation. And now the way that house builders work, they aren't going to build hundreds of units, which in this case, based upon the evidence that Ms. Carpenter has told you, is that there is certainty, effectively in the council's case, that or 155 units can be included in supply. But in my view, it's extremely unlikely that if the link road hasn't come forward on the adjacent site, that Dandara are going to go and complete either what they've said to the council in the pro forma or what the council have said. So in my view, they would likely build out the 50 dwellings whilst they can and not get them occupied. It is not going to build 100 houses that it cannot occupy with something that's outside of its control. And in order to do that, if the link road has not come forward, as it says there in the achievability, it'd be necessary to seek a variation to the obligation. So now that is a Section 106 deed that would need to be varied. It is not a condition that can be redetermined. That the council could probably do that fairly quickly. It would be a Section 106 agreement that would have to be agreed by all the landowners, the local planning authority, and presumably the local highway. Essex County Council would likely be, if it's a Section 106 agreement, will be party to that agreement. And now, obviously, the council and the county council put in that limit of 50 dwellings for a reason. As I would understand it, there must be highways implications as to why no more than 50 dwellings can come forward. So even if Dandara sought to vary that obligation, one, it's going to take a long time because it's a legal process and isn't just a discharge of condition, and two, it would have to be agreed by the highway authority in terms of highway safety. And given that they've put that restriction on the application in the first place, it seems unlikely that would happen. So bringing that together, because they can't occupy more than 50 dwellings, I leave 50 dwellings themselves in the supply and remove 105 because there is no certainty based upon the evidence provided here that link road has come forward to enable the full delivery of that site. So based upon the evidence, given the reserve matters has gone in, I don't discount it from the supply. I fairly take that there's been a change in circumstances since Inspector Sabu's decision. However, there is a limit on what that developer is going to do unless it has certainty over that link road. And based upon the evidence here, there is nothing before you to demonstrate that is going to happen.
Thanks. So, Ms. Carpenter, do you want to come back on that?
I certainly would, Ma'am. The link road is provided by the developers of the adjacent site known as Land West of Pamfield Lane, Northwest Braintree. It's an adopted allocation. It has a hybrid permission, of which the first phase of 189 dwellings has full detailed permission. And we have in the 5-year supply included delivery from that phase with full permission, and we have checked and rechecked recently with the agent who confirmed with the developers of that site, which is Hills Residential and Mersey Homes, that the position that they'd advised us of previously was still the case. And that is, Mom, that they will be starting work soon. It's a site which its marketing name is Brannock Park, Mom, and that is in the trajectory. And that work on that site and work on that link road is expected to start in this current year, so 21-22, Mom. So they're anticipating starting work on that soon. The link road is provided by those developers. The delivery from the phase of this site with full planning permission for 189 dwellings, as I say, it is in the trajectory, and that has not been disputed by the appellant. So that the Pamfield Lane site has a similar provision for limiting the number of completions before that link road is provided. So again, it's sort of, they can only have 50 occupied before the link road is provided. The Pamfield Lane site, Brannock Park, which, as I say, has not been disputed and which we've had confirmation from on the timing of, then that is projected to have 75 completions in the 2023 to 24 monitoring year, which means that the link road is expected to be completed before the end of 23-24, because they have to complete the link road before they have 50 there, which is prior to the projected completion of 50 homes on the Towland site in the council's trajectory. The developers of the Pamfield Lane site have confirmed to the council that work on the link road is expected to start soon. The Pamfield Lane site was disputed at the Earl's Cone appeal hearing that was considered by Inspector Sabu, and it was not discounted by an inspector in her decision. So that delivery has been tested, has been accepted. So the council's trajectory for Towlands Park does not assume any dwelling completions until year 3, 2023-24, with a lower figure, 35, in that first year, assuming delivery in only the latter part of that year, which therefore demonstrates that the threshold of 50 dwellings being occupied would not be reached on the Towlands Park site until year 4, 24-25 in the council trajectory, allowing adequate time for construction of the link road, which, as we say, that is confirmed and which has not been disputed on the delivery of that site. The link road factor was taken into account by the developer when they provided their more ambitious projection. There's a realistic prospect that the council's current trajectory forecast will be exceeded in practice. As I indicated, the developer who've now purchased the site and gave us their more recent, it was a rather more ambitious programme for delivery, and we have not adjusted our at this stage in this 5-year supply period. We have not sought to adjust our forecast supply from that site. So if they were thinking in terms of wanting to build a lot more and a lot more quickly than we had anticipated in our trajectory, then it might be possible that it would be a factor in that case. But as I say, our trajectory is consistent with that link road being put in place, which is done by the developers of the Brannock Park site, and that development and the delivery forecast from that and the timing of it is not disputed.
Okay, I'll go back to the appellant on that one.
Mum, simply before you, what I think this Carpenter has just addressed you on is, I mean, there's nothing in the written evidence to tell you that. So on the evidence before you, I've set out why I have discounted it and the reasons that I have done so. There is nothing in the written evidence that is before you to tell you any different. So the council provided no evidence to satisfy you of those things it has just told you verbally, because there is nothing before you.
In respect of the appeal decision by Inspector Sabu, does sorry, did Ms. Carpenter, did you say that she accepted that adjacent site has been in this trajectory?
She did, Mum. Although, as I say, the phase that we're talking about, because the link road needs to be in place for that phase that has full permission, detailed permission. And despite it having detailed permission, and therefore an appellant would need to demonstrate clear evidence that it would not come forward.
Sorry, are you talking about the adjacent site?
The site, yes, Ma'am.
Yeah.
It was disputed by the appellant, and the Inspector Sabu, considered the evidence, considered the council's evidence on that site, and the information provided from the agent on behalf of the developers, having sought instruction from the developers, and concluded that there wasn't a case to deduct delivery from that site.
Okay. Do you want to respond to that?
Just that no, we haven't questioned Panfield. It's not the discussion between us. The discussion was particularly on these two sites, and I've set out my reasons and my submissions on that. So Panfield hasn't come into my consideration. I've done it on the evidence that Ms. Carpenter has provided.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thanks. So just let me check my notes before I move on. Right. Okay. I don't have any more questions on that. Is there anything that needs to be said about that site before we move on to the housing delivery test? Okay.
Mum, just wanted to, whilst we're in Inspector Sabu's decision still, I think it'd probably be helpful is to sort of explain the decision that they went through, and where they talk about the number of the units that are left in the supply, which then leads on to the figures that I then put in to my assessment in my summary of my evidence, of the new evidence provided.
Yes.
So there's a few points where Inspector Sabu makes an assessment of whether things are included in the supply or discounted. Yeah. So, Mum, in paragraph 45 and 46, which is page 7 of the PDF.
Yeah, got that.
That's listed as 216 dwellings.
Yes.
And in paragraph 46, Inspector Sabu concludes that, notwithstanding the time, there's clear evidence that housing completions will begin on the supply, and includes that site for 216 dwellings.
Okay.
And so then, in terms of ones that Inspector Sabu then removes, it's these 160 dwellings at Broad Road, sorry. And they conclude in paragraph 50 that there is no clear evidence that housing completions will begin in 5 years. So my understanding is that those sites are discounted from those dwellings. Sorry, those dwellings are discounted from Broad Road.
Sorry, you think that the 160 have been discounted, or she's left that in?
She's discounted the 160.
Yeah, because but the council was claiming 320.
The pro forma provided by the developer was 320, is my understanding of that case.
Mum, that's correct, and that was what the council at that point was including in our supply assessment, the 320. And yes. 320 minus 160, which is the position that the appellant was saying, that was the disputed element of supply, and that leaves 160.
Yeah, so 160 was a disputed element, and
That's
160
correct,
was accepted. So it was 160 in both cases.
That's correct, Mum.
Is the appellant disagreeing with that assessment?
Mum, I think so. The process that I was trying to take you through was in terms of those headings.
Yes.
The 160 dwellings. She goes through the sites and concludes on each of them, and then
yes.
At paragraph 55.
Yeah.
For the foregoing reasons, the above sites cannot be included. The above sites cannot be included in the 5-year housing directory, and together they amount to around 495 dwellings, which would demonstrate a housing supply of 4.9 years. And then, consequently, she goes on to consider 4.7 to 4.9.
Yeah. So just
so if you in the headings of each one that you remove,
yeah,
it comes to 495. So there's 160, 155, 110, and 70 those headings above, and that's the 495 that she comes to.
Right. So you tot up all those numbers, you get to a supply. Hang on. Of 49. The above sites cannot be included in the 5-year housing trajectory, and together they amount to around 495 dwellings, which would demonstrate a housing supply position of 4.9 years. So you're saying that she's totted those all up and removed 495 dwellings from the total housing land supply?
That's my understanding. Yes, that's my understanding, because the numbers tally together.
Yeah, okay. So you're just telling me that the numbers on those headings represent what she's removed.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So are you disputing that she agreed that the same number for the Broad Easter Broad Road was 160? So because the council are telling me that she accepted 160, she took off 160, but the council were claiming 320. But you're disputing that, are you? Saying that the council may have only claimed 160 and that was deducted?
I'm not in a position to dispute what the council have said in that respect. However,
Okay.
The evidence of what was before Sector Sabu isn't before this inquiry, and I'm going on the conclusions of her evidence and then what the council has provided us here. So as I say, I don't dispute, given I don't have the evidence that was before Inspector Sabu, but giving you that maths, the position I come to is as of what I've set out in my document.
Mum, it isn't actually, because 495 means she's taken out a total of 495, which means that she's deducted 160 from that site. I've already made clear that the revised trajectory that we obtained from L&Q Estates reduced it by 50 from 320 to 270.
Yeah.
Therefore, it is clear that that confirms again that what we put in was 320. It wasn't less than, it wasn't 260. It wasn't less than we now have.
So sorry, where is the evidence that you claimed 320? Is that before? Is that document before?
No, it isn't, Mum, because it's what we were. What we've put before you is what we're saying now. So I hadn't provided evidence of what we were saying before.
Okay. Yeah, I just need to sort of be clear on that, because what's difficult for inspectors when they get appeal decisions put before them, we don't have all the evidence that was before that inspector. So it is, there's only so much we can take from previous appeal decisions. So if somebody's going to rely on an appeal decision, they need to sort of, you know, have the evidence that goes along with it. So that's why I'm asking you if that is provided already to me. But I mean, I do appreciate that when you have a discussion, it kind of comes out what's behind these things.
Yes, Ma'am, and of course it wasn't us that submitted this decision, it was the appellant.
Yes, that's right, yeah. So at the moment, I'm not 100% clear on what was claimed on that site. Or what I can tell, I think, is that the inspector deducted 160 from the total claimed housing land supply position for that site. Okay.
I'm aware that for previous inquiries we have submitted things like the housing topic paper and our current 5-year supply trajectory, both of which are published on our website. And we have, whilst we have sort of put an additional note, and we recognise we've now adjusted it down to 270 with this more recent information. The original trajectory that is published there does show that 320. However, the reason that we hadn't submitted it was that it's only at a very late stage that we could see what was actually being challenged, the elements of that were being challenged, the basis for it. So it's been a bit like wrestling with fog, Ma'am. And as I say, we would have submitted that. Otherwise, it is on our website, and that is what was submitted. You know, that was available, obviously, to Inspector Sabu.
Okay. Yeah, just so procedurally, I do have to make it clear so that nobody's letting any doubt. I can't go looking for evidence on website. No. So just so you know. I'm just making some notes. So if you can just bear with me a second, please.
Mom, we do actually say in paragraph 3.2 of our November submission, it was common ground at the station road appeal hearing between the appellant and the council that the site was deliverable, and there was a realistic prospect of it producing completions in the supply period. However, the appellant advocated removal of 160 out of the 320 units from the council's supply. And the preceding paragraph says...
Sorry, where is that? Can you take me... Sorry.
Well, that's section 3, Ma'am, in our November submission. Because what we did, as when the Earls Cohen appeal decision was submitted, all we had to go on was assuming that, well, that was the basis of the appellant's submission, and therefore addressing the sites that were discounted in that decision.
This is
so section 3, Ma'am,
2021
Broad Road, yeah.
Section 3. Yeah. What have you got a PDF page for that?
Well, it's no, Ma'am, but it's page 7.
Okay, 7, right? Okay. Yeah, I've got that.
and that sets out that in the evidence submitted the council to the Station Road appeal, the council submitted a forecast of 320 dwellings from this site over the 5-year period, supported by a completed pro forma from the agents of the developer Barton Wilmore. And then the next paragraph says, as I've just explained.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks. I think that's as far as we can go on that site, unless there's something else. Anybody? I don't want to stop anybody saying anything. Okay. Shall we move on to the housing delivery test? So, are we ready to move on to that? I'm hoping it's not going to be very long. I say optimistically.
Yes, Mum. I'm ready.
Right, thank you. I just need to get the appellant. Say, right, I can see the appellant as discussing something. Are you okay to move on to the housing delivery test?
Yes, sorry, we're just discussing that point, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So, but you are ready?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
Ready. Thank you.
Right, okay. Optimistically, I'm hoping this won't take too long, but who knows? I'm just get to where you see your point on it. Right, okay. So the appellant saying that the housing delivery test is only actually 84.7% rather than 85. Is that right? I'm asking the appellant, sorry.
Yeah, that's right, Mum. It was. I'm not trying to draw anything particular attention to this. It's purely factual. It's pure maths of one number divided by the other gives you on the housing delivery test gives you for this local planning authority in the 2020 HDT test.
Yeah.
I might have said test twice there. HDT. It gives you 84.7%. And in the note that I've supplied to you, obviously the council supplied you with the full thing now. I just gave you the example of in my appendix 1 to that submission. Total number of homes required is 2277.
Yeah. And then you worked out.
Yeah, and then the total number of homes delivered is 1930. And then if you divide the number of homes delivered by the number of homes acquired, you get 84.7%. And now it appears that the HDT test spreadsheet only deals in essentially whole numbers. So because it's 84.7%, it appears to be rounded up, and this council has given action plan as its consequence. And then just as an example, I've given you the same thing of Gosport, and they're listed as 84%. And again, if you do the maths, you end up with a rounded number from 83% up to 84. And they are given buffer, and as a result, they are a 20% authority. So it's just to illustrate to you, I can't take issue with the outcomes of the HDT because it is what it says. However, on a pure reading of it, the council didn't quite meet that, and they should be a 20% authority. However, they aren't for the purposes of the spreadsheet.
Okay.
And I accept they're a 5%. So I just set out for you in my notes the maths if they were.
Right.
And but illustration.
Yeah. So the spreadsheet is on the government website, isn't it? That's
correct.
So are you asking me to go contrary to what's published by the government?
No, I'm not. I'm just giving you I've set out the maths as to if the council were a 20% authority, I have set out my calculation as to how that would be done. It's just information for you as to the position of this authority historically, and how they've done in the delivery of homes. They haven't delivered the number of homes required. They are only a 5% authority, but they could have and maybe should have been a 20%. However, I accept that they're not, but it's just a consideration before you about the number of homes delivered overall when measured against the HDT.
Okay, but you're not suggesting that the housing delivery test is actually wrong and that I should, in a 20% buffer should be applied by me if I do, if I were to decide what housing land supply the council should have in terms of years.
No, the starting point is what the HDT says, and it does say action plan, which makes them 5%. Simply for your consideration and information about how it's worked out. Thank
you. Dr. Bowes, you put your hands down now. Is that because the question has been answered?
Well, it's the clarification that you received, Madam. If there was going to be an invitation for you to go behind the HDT, obviously there's some legal presumptions you'd need to have your attention drawn to. Presumption of regularity. The remedy for Gladman, if it were dissatisfied, would have been a judicial review of the HDT, not through this administrative process to go behind it. But I think Mr. Carville, in fairness to him, wasn't inviting you to do that, so I put my hand down. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Glad we've cleared that one up. Ms. Carpenter.
Yes, thank you. As context, as we're talking context here, the difference between the unrounded and the official rounded measurement, which is how the test is applied, is 5 dwellings over 3 years. And it's a much lower figure in the first of that year. I won't go over, because I've provided a footnote which makes quite clear how it's done. Whilst we acknowledge that the 2020 housing delivery test is marginal, from the council's calculations, we're anticipating that the 2021 test, covering the rolled forward period, will show the districts over 100%. Now, that should have been published by now because they're supposed to be published in November, and I did try to find out when it was going to be published, and they couldn't say, the ministry couldn't tell me when it might be published, and it's still not published, and it never has been published in November. But there we go. What is official is, and we have submitted obviously the data on the housing flows to the ministry, which they need in order to make that calculation later on. So it is a matter of record how many dwellings were built in the year 2021, which will be form part of the year. So as I say, the low year in that previous 3-year period was that first year when it's 500 and something. Then it went up to over 883, I think it was, and it's 847 then, and we're anticipating that it will, from the monitoring that we're doing so far, that again we will more than meet the target that is set there. So in terms of showing a continuing trend of concern, and if there should be a marginal shortfall, if it was judged to be that, then in terms of showing whether it be made up, that is already happening, Ma'am. We've submitted the data on there, but as we've all agreed, the official figure is a 5% buffer because it's rounded, and that is how it's done. It's not done that way by Braintree. It's not done that way, especially for Braintree as a special case. That is the rule.
Thanks. Okay, I've heard all I think I need to hear on housing land supply now, unless there's anything that anybody wants to add. Dr. Bowes?
Madam, just briefly, since we put the appeal decision in, the ID 3, which is the East of Riding appeal decision. That was a very hard-fought inquiry where the concept of what you needed to put in for clear evidence to the appeal was considered. And it was just paragraph 27 that I wanted to draw to your attention. I'll set it out in closing as well, but as we're in the session, to give everyone a fair opportunity to address you on it orally.
Yes.
Confirms that emails pro formas are an acceptable way of demonstrating the necessary clear evidence. And in fairness, by the sounds of what I've been listening to from the appellant, that point seems to have been slightly abandoned, and the focus has been on the substance of what those documents reveal, which is fair enough, and you can obviously make your judgments on them. But as a matter of principle, emails pro formas from a developer are fine, and the statement that Mr. Carville was relying on, which you have in his note from the Sonning Lane decision, where he says, he quotes para 21 of the inspector's decision there, where he says developers are financially incentivized to reduce completion supply, and this can be achieved by optimistically forecasting delivery of housing from their own site, and consequently removes the need for others to come forward. Now, Madam, it's simply echoing the point you made yourself earlier, that you simply don't know what evidence was before that inspector to motivate him to come to that conclusion, but there's no evidence before you to suggest that the developers for the disputed sites have artificially inflated their supply or tried to talk up their own sites in order to deflate the need for others to come forward. So all I would say is there's simply reflect what you said, there's a danger of reading across material when you haven't got the evidence that supported it, and we don't know what that inspector had, and there's certainly no evidence before you to rationally draw that conclusion. Thank you. Sorry to prolong that session, but those were the two short points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm going to reply. I'm going to keep it brief, but I'm hoping it will save both me and Dr. Bowes, and ultimately you in your writing your appeal decision in our submissions. As I understand it, it's not Mr. Carville or the appellant's position that pro formas per se are not acceptable. The test is clear of what is deliverable. It is there clear evidence that the site will bring forward houses in the next 5 years? You must interrogate what is provided within those pro formas. You have our submissions on the quality of the evidence within them and whether that amounts to clear evidence or not. I think Dr. Bowes and I are probably agreeing with each other. Test is clear, it's clear evidence. It's not. Pro formas are never acceptable. You could have a very good pro forma. We don't know what the pro formas were in the appeal decision referred to by Dr. Bowes. You do know what's in the pro formas before you. You have submissions from both sides on the quality of what you could, if that's evidence. And Ma'am, you'll have submissions from both sides, no doubt, on whether it meets the test.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks very much. So that draws this session to a close. And well, it's 4 o'clock now, and I don't think I'm assuming nobody wants to get on the stands for the next the open space and planning topic so late.
Well, if you want to, I'm sure Mr. Tivvy's raring to go, but we've probably got enough time. We've probably got enough time tomorrow, Madam, if you were content to complete him and Mr. Carville comfortably, I would have thought, tomorrow, without endangering the programme.
I think so.
Yeah, absolutely, ma'am. I think my time estimate was 2 hours for cross-examination. That is a maximum. I would hope it would be shorter. I realise I went over my time estimate for Mr. Brown, so I probably owe you some time. So I'll make sure I trim my notes down this evening.
Right. Okay, thanks. Okay, I don't think there's any procedural things that I need to mention before I close. Is there anything else that anybody needs to say procedurally? We're all happy so far. Well, maybe not. I hope we are. Right, okay. So I will adjourn for the evening, and then I'll see you all, not all of you, but I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.